We can start with 3 members, right, Madam City Clerk? Yeah, we have quorum, right? So, I would like to call this meeting to order and would like to start with the land acknowledgement. That at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do the roll call for committee members first. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
And we are joined by Councillor Salvador
Hello.
and Councillor Cartmel
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Knack, you want to move that adoption of the agenda?
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the adoption of the agenda with the following changes, additions to 6.1, 6.2, 6.7, 6.8, and 9.1. With replacement pages on item 5.7, the bus network redesign interim review, 5.8, the bus network non-demand service implementation update, and that the orders of the day be changed as followed: adjournment from instead of 5:30 to 5 p.m.
Please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
Just waiting for Councillor Rice.
Yes.
We have the
Please
votes.
display the votes. That is carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes. Councillor Stevenson, you want to do that?
Certainly, I'll move that the minutes of the November 10th, 2021 Executive Committee be approved.
Please vote for the adoption of the minutes.
We have the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Any protocol items? See none. And select items for debate. Who wants to go first? Councillor Rutherford, you want to go first?
I'd like to select, I mean, I'm sure many people will have others to select, but on the rescheduling, I'd like to select 5.2 and 5.7.
Let's go. 5.2, 5.7,
Yep, for the rescheduling.
okay. Councillor Knack,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some quick questions on 6.3. We have speakers on 6.7, so I'll select that. And I think we should probably talk a little bit about, they're not officially cross-referenced, but I'm wondering if 6.1 and 9.1 should officially be cross-referenced. I think they're
6.1 and
9.1, the pandemic, winter pandemic response. So I'm going to select them assuming that there is information crossing between the two, even though it doesn't say they are, so I see a nodding head, so yeah, I'll select those both.
And sorry, just a point of order, the 9.1 is a private
Yeah.
report. Would we need to hear both in private if they were cross-referenced?
I don't, we would have to, absolutely, I want to have a public debate on 6.1, but 9.1 is private, so how would that conflict?
Only into private for 9.1.
So you can't really cross-reference them, right, then? Can you?
Well, you don't, in the past, what we've done is if there was something specific that needed to be provided to us in private, we would so we might have a public presentation on everything that's public, go into private briefly to get whatever private information
Okay.
is there, and then come back into public to ask the rest.
And I can assure you it would be very brief.
Okay, got it. So 6.1 and 9.1 are cross-referenced and selected. Okay, Councillor Rutherford,
Sorry, I'd also like to select 6.10.
okay. Any others? I would like to select 6.2.
I would like to choose 6.8.
6.8? Got it. Okay, so Madam Clerk, can you please,
I'll move all other items.
okay, Councillor Knack moved all the other items. Please vote on items not selected for debate.
Sorry, can you just recap what those are again?
They will right after
Okay.
this, yeah. Yeah.
Just waiting for Councillor Stevenson. We have the votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried. Madam Clerk, can you please read back to us the items that we did not select for debate?
Absolutely. Executive Council has passed the following items without debate. Item 5.1, financial incentive options for non-residential heritage properties. Item 5.3, open spaces, benefits, risks, and potential improvements. Item 5.4, opportunities to advance major infrastructure projects. Item 5.5, affordable housing exemptions. Item 5.6, alternative surplus school site, Henderson Estates Park. Item 5.8, bus network and on-demand service implementation update. Item 6.4, Whitewood Creek pedestrian bridge. Item 6.5, bylaw 19669, closure of vehicular access to tilted parcel. Item 6.6, intermunicipal planning framework grant application. And item 6.9, Latta Bridge replacement environmental impact assessment.
Thank you for that, Madam City Clerk. We do have number of requests for speak on 6.7. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to move that we'll hear from those speakers?
Sure, I move that executive committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. So for 6.7, funding strategies for the A1 indoor soccer facility. Additional information, can you scroll up, sorry, City Clerk? First.
Do you have the list? You want to-
Oh, there's a list, oh, wow.
On the second page, yeah.
Oh, perfect, sorry. So, as I mentioned, Dwayne Robertson, Area Councils at Edmonton Society, to answer questions only, remote. Raj Mahimi at A1 Athletic Facility, to answer questions only, remote. Lisa Grant, Alberta Soccer Association, to answer questions only, remote. Adrian Newman, Edmonton Soccer Association, to answer questions only, remote. Dallas Smith, Alberta Lacrosse Association, in person. Ed Charpentier, Edmonton Minor Soccer Association North, remote. Tracy Kosiba, Capital District Minor Football Association, remote. Kimiko Pocha, Edmonton Sport and Social Club, remote. Conde Mansoure, BTB Soccer Academy, remote. And Jacko Erie, YEG Agricultural, to answer questions only, remote.
Good. Okay, please vote to listen from this, allow these speakers to speak.
We have the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. There's also, I understand, a request to make this item 6.7 time specific. We can make it time specific at 3:45 if that is okay with committee members, once we come back from the break.
I'm happy to move that. I just want to double check. I think the request from the speakers was to have it first item of business, so I just want to
Yeah,
make sure.
and we cannot do that because we need to deal with 6.1 first, right? And there's some possible media availability after we do that item. So I think we let them know that 3:45 is the possibility, not 1:30.
Yep, we will let them know if you
Yeah.
vote.
Perfect, then I'll make that motion.
Okay. Okay, the motion to be 6.7 to be time specific for 3:45. Please vote.
We have the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Okay. Now we go to our first item. Like Andrew? I got everything? Cool. Right on. Thank you. Okay, 6.1.
Point of order?
Yes.
Don't we have like 5.2 and 5.7?
Oh, yes, of
Yes.
course, of course.
4, sorry.
See, here you go.
We're all learning. It's a steep learning curve.
Yeah, go ahead. Those are quick questions on those, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go to 5.2 first. Child-Friendly Advisory Committee. Councillor Rutherford, you selected that, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And the question was pertaining to, is this bylaw transitioning from the council initiative? Is this why we're creating this bylaw, in order to transition it from a council initiative to more of an advisory committee? I just wanted to get clarity on that. And if so, was that timing in alignment with our appointments to the initiatives?
So just, I'll look to be corrected here, but that actually came out from a previous council member asked us to explore opportunities to create that new council advisory committee. It was my understanding that after the first possible quarter of this term, that council would be looking to review its advisory committees. There's a motion on the books to actually complete a governance review about what the requirements are for creating advisory committees, and that'll be coming back sort of February, March of next year, at which point then if council wants to create more or less, we're happy to have that conversation. And I can't really speak to council initiatives because I just can't remember where we landed on them with last week.
Yeah, I was just curious if this timing so if they're two separate things running in parallel rather than intersecting, I was just worried from a timing perspective that there would be some concern there.
I think my understanding of council initiative, that we'll be talking about them in the first quarter, right, Andre? Yeah,
That's correct. And I think this will make sure we're properly aligned so that we don't have a misdirect.
Perfect. I don't know
Thank
if
you.
others had questions about 5.2. Otherwise, I have more. That's all the question I had for 5.2.
So now 5 point needs to be moved, right? Madam Clerk?
Correct.
Item needs to be moved.
Yes, it
So
does.
if you, Councilor Rutherford, can you move that item?
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. Thank you. It's carried. And 5.7, bus network redesign interim review. Can't remember who exempted this. Andrew, did you? Or Councilor Rutherford, you did? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
So this one was a bit concerning to me, seeing that I was a bit confused as to why the interim report was rescheduled and then rescheduled for, when we've all heard how important transit is, I worry that we're setting back all of this thing, and then when motions come forward, it's gonna take longer and longer and longer. So I wanted to understand the rationale for postponing the report on the bus network redesign, that interim report, given the timeliness and the common sense of urgency that I've heard from my council colleagues.
So, Councillor, I can provide a bit of insight, and then I'll ask Ms. Houghton McDonald, who's on the line, to provide more details. So we had provided an update to Council earlier in the year following the implementation of the bus network redesign, and indicated some of the work that would be required to take place for assessment of the work to date. At that time, we also provided options for enhancements that were within the scope of the existing program and budget, and supplied to Council an update on the changes that we were able to make in response to their feedback. So following that, we had committed to coming back with the bus network redesign, as well as a response to a motion in regards to enhancements to the on-demand service, but also coordinating that with the mass transit report, which is coming back in the first quarter. So I'll just ask Ms. Houghton McDonald to give a bit more detail on that, Councillor.
Thanks, Gord. I would just add that there's multiple motions speaking to similar things. So we're going to bring all of the BNR related reports and next steps together in that follow-up following the mass transit network update. And in the meantime, we are meeting individually with councillors to review ward-specific issues and where we can make adjustments within our current budget and within the current service plan, we're able to do that. So we've made about 60 different adjustments since launching BNR, so we can still pursue those opportunities in the meantime as well.
So I am concerned about that timing, just even from a perspective of getting all of that information dump around the bus network redesign at the exact same time. And for me, as somebody that, wants to make good sound decision making, having this interim report that I can then have that context for when the other information is coming forward is more ideal for me. So I did want to put that out, that I am concerned about pushing that back and then having that kind of information dump, and about the timeliness of this, especially with budget adjustments and those things. So that's what I'd like to articulate on this request for changing of schedule.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have same concern and as Councillor Rutherford has, so I'm in support of your points and to reconsider the schedule and for this interim review. And then specifically, and from public perspective, we heard so many complain about our new bus schedule, and that started April 26, 2021. So right now we are six months already passed. My question is, do we have other reports already for this 6 months period, or this is only the first report to come out?
I'll ask Ms. Houghton McDonald just to provide a little bit of detail that on the work that's been done to date since we've implemented the bus network redesign.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So we change our schedules 5 times per year. That's identified in the collective agreement with our ATU workers. As part of that, we've been communicating and making adjustments. So within that first 6-month period, we've had 2 cycles of adjustments that have been implemented. Our annual service plan gets presented for the entire year. So that'll be ready in February to identify recommended changes for next year. Again, our intent was to bring all of the BNR related things together in one report to simplify and make it easier to understand all the different motions working together, following the overarching strategy for the Mass Transit Network report. So that interdependency to us felt important, and we wanted to make sure that they were lined up together.
But just to answer the question, that interim report would be the first formal report.
Yes.
We've had discussions, we've had adjustments internally, but this would be the first formal report to council. We've certainly taken questions, and I just want to confirm that's correct, Carrie? This would be the first formal report? Just want to make sure we answer.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so in Flash's case, I would like to request, and then for this formal report, can we done earlier than later? And then the concern is, and the first quarter 2026, we have the budgeting discussions. There are so many decisions we need to make, and then for us to have better understanding and specific for the bus network that impacts the daily life our Edmontonians, I would like to see this report come earlier than later. Thank you.
So just to understand this, Andre, like if, there, as you have heard, number of concerns from council members on this interim, we can talk to officials and try to work out solutions for specific community concerns, right? But if there were to be changes requiring budget allocation, when would that be able to do that if this coming in the first quarter and we will be already through the supplemental budget process, right? So I think that's what we're trying to understand, like what would be the opportunity for us to make those budget adjustments to either add more resources to improve service.
Yeah, it would likely be the spring. So I guess the thing we're struggling with is we've, given what we're learning now since this new council has been sworn in terms of all your pieces, and we still have more to learn about what you heard on the doorstep. We want to incorporate all that knowledge into the interim report. If we showed up with an interim report this month, it wouldn't incorporate any of the information you're bringing to us from your campaigns and it would just incorporate what we've heard. So I guess I'm just a little concerned about wanting to react to everything you're telling us based on what you've heard from your constituents. And I don't think Carrie's in a position to do that sort of this month.
And I think we can understand that, right? I think the issue is that if in March this report comes, and at that time council members identify these are the changes that need to be made that require budget adjustments, and then we'd make those budget adjustments in the spring as part of the, when we set the mill rate, but then that also takes additional time to implement those changes. We're probably talking about
correct.
6 months from, or 8 months from now before new service can be implemented in the needed areas if they're requiring budget adjustments.
Yeah, although I would say, and I'll just ask Carrie if she wants to weigh in here, not all changes would require budget adjustments. I think there can be changes made within
That we can deal with now as we meet with
and we have, quite frankly, dealt with a bit of. So I wouldn't say everything is budget dependent. Is that fair, Ms. Houghton McDonald?
That's exactly it. Thank you, Andre.
Okay.
So we won't delay if it doesn't require a budget change?
But if it does require a budget change, then when we're talking 6 to 8 month
And I think it's
timeframe.
probably fair to say, Your Worship, there would be three categories of potential changes. There will be changes we can make and we've made already
Yeah.
within existing frameworks. There could be other changes we could probably do in a spring budget adjustment, and then yet other bigger changes, noting that a lot of this is a part of a trial anyways, especially the on-demand services, which is a subject of another report. That would be likely be, you know, if there's desires to make huge changes on that, that would be a fall budget thing for a 4-year term.
Got it, okay. It may not be satisfactory, but I understand the process, how it works, the timing and all that. Okay. got it.
Yeah, and we can try to speed things up.
But it won't be holistic kind
Certainly,
of
but I
approach.
also want, for me, it's a balance of making sure we hear everything you have to say, and then analyze that, so.
Okay, and I know Councillor Rutherford has another question on this, but the sense I get that if we have concerns now, you're gonna work really, really hard to try to resolve those issues. That's the understanding I get from Kerry, right? That you'll work hard to resolve those issues as
Yeah,
much
and
as
certainly,
possible.
I think we're scheduling now one-on-ones with
Good,
councillors so
okay.
that we can walk through specific ward issues and see what we can do.
Okay, good, thanks. Councillor Rutherford?
So I just would like to clarify that, yes, the budget's a big consideration, but I would also echo that my sentiments of, from what I understood in this interim report, that there was then data that was going to be shared from the admin perspective to us as council so that we're not biased in just what we've heard at the doors, that we're hearing both sides of that. And like I said, digesting that and being able to take all of that information over the next few months before we have those other reports coming forward. So I do want to echo that, yes, it is about budget, and I appreciate the DCM working, and I've had a meeting about Warden Olnick already. And my question is, what kind of information are we going to get? So I want to know what, for example, I would expect in this interim report. So what routes are successful, what routes are not getting the uptake that they had thought of, where are we seeing sort of people moving to and from, all of those things. Like, that's what I would have imagined in that interim report. And so I feel like that gap in information, because what you're saying is kind of jumping to action, but for me it's also, I need the information to be able to consolidate with what I heard and be able to actually come back in a timely manner. Because what I would like to highlight is this is the way people move around the city. And for some, that includes not having the choice. Like, I have the choice to take a car or take transit if it's not convenient. Lots of people don't, and so we are affecting the way people move around this community. So waiting a year is unacceptable to me. If there are changes that take that much time, if we could have mitigated that with this report coming forward sooner.
No, thank you. I absolutely understood, absolutely. And maybe there's ways to share that interim report, or maybe early results of the interim report through a memo to council, if.
Yeah, perhaps what we should do is take that back and then see, I just don't know if I can answer the question here in real time.
Okay.
And maybe what we should do is come back to this item.
Okay.
Let's see how early we could bring it.
Okay.
Separately from all the others.
Okay, got it.
Because that's helpful. I understand where Councillor Rutherford's coming from. So let me, perhaps if we could delay this item just for today, not for today, but just for within the next couple hours.
Yeah.
Let's see what we
Okay,
can do on
good,
the
okay.
side to see
All right.
how earlier we could bring the report.
Got it, got it,
And,
got it. Okay, we
we'll
can
see if
come back to
discuss
that
today.
after
So,
we've gone
yeah.
through other items. Okay, Councillor Wright?
Yes, thank you. I just
My
want,
mistake, if I can just interject a point of clarity, Mr. Mayor, I think it might be helpful with that memo if there are links to the previous BNR reports and all of the work that has gone in beforehand in the interim between the rollout and now, so that councillors can sort of be caught up, so that I hear a lot of questions that have actually previously been answered in previous reports, so I think would be extremely helpful for crafting and clarifying questions from councillors. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette, sorry. Councillor Wright, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, I think, Mr. Seabrook, you referenced some report that did go to council. Was that previous council?
Councillor, we were providing an update on the BNR previously, and then we followed up with an update memo to council regarding the process that was going to go forward in regards to BNR assessment, as well as opportunity for changes. And that, as the mayor alluded to, we have been working on changes as they are applicable. And I think Ms. Houghton McDonald alluded to the fact that we have made a number, and we would continue to make changes as they fit within the scope of the BNR, our existing service plan, and our budget. So wherever there was opportunity, we certainly tried to address any feedback that was provided.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate Councillor Paquette's suggestion for providing the links to previous reports and that. That's great. But I also want to know how the redesign ties in with the Valley LRT line, and what residents can expect to see, what the plans are. And I'm wondering if that can be provided prior to this interim report coming out.
Councillor Wright, we have an update on Valley Line Southeast on November 22nd, which will give you a status update on the project. If the question is related to current routes or the bridge brushing, if we could call it that, I think Ms. Houghton McDonald would be able to provide that.
Okay, yeah, so looking at what the revised routes will be to tie in the residents of the ward to the Valley LRT.
Just to confirm, upon opening?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice, you have a quick one?
I do. I have two follow-up questions. The first one regarding the change.
So, Councillor Wright, we're going to come back to this item later on. Is that okay if we ask a question then?
Okay,
Okay,
sure.
good. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Okay, good. Cool. So we'll come back to this later when we have more information on it, right? Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to our first item, no, third item, 6.1. Nice to see you.
Sorry,
all.
officially, I think we have to move to either bring that one forward or move to postpone the other one. So I'll just move that we bring forward 6.1 and 9.1, and then.
Okay, let's bring forward 6.1 and 9.1. Please vote to bring them forward. I'm affirmed. Bring forward 6.1, 9.1. Please vote. It's vote in progress.
We have the votes, thank you.
Please display the votes.
He's for, yes.
Okay, it's carried. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll just load up our presentation here. Here we go. I'm here in chambers with Jackie Ford. As you well know, Jackie, branch manager of our social development branch. And joining Jackie and I is Crystal Kajener. Crystal is our director of housing and homelessness. We also have a number of other colleagues on the call remotely to answer questions after our presentation. So our presentation on the homelessness 2021-2022 winter pandemic response provides information on the current situation and to inform committee and council on what administration's plan is for this upcoming winter. So I'll now ask Jackie to speak to the important context and background to our report, and then Crystal will weigh in. Jackie.
Thank you, Mr. Smythe. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Edmonton has made significant progress towards ending homelessness over the past decade. Over 13,000 people have been housed since 2009, and prior to the pandemic, the number of people experiencing homelessness had fallen to 1,300. Edmonton has been considered a leader among Canadian municipalities in addressing homelessness through the Housing First program, which helps people experiencing homelessness access housing and provide them supports needed to maintain it. But over the last 20 months, the COVID-19 pandemic has increased the number of people falling into homelessness and widened gaps in services required to support them. This has led to the highest levels of homelessness since 2014 and nearing the peak levels seen between 2006 and 2008. The number of people experiencing homelessness in Edmonton has more than doubled since December 2019. More recently, due to the fourth wave of the COVID-19 pandemic in Alberta, public health restrictions are limiting shelter capacity and available indoor options for people requiring a safe place. Oh, I'll wait for the slide to catch up. Next slide, please. Thank you. Right now, there are more than 2,800 people with no permanent home, and around 1,200 people are sleeping outside or in shelters on any given night. The by name list is a list of all known people currently experiencing homelessness in our city. More than 60 agencies have staff that are trained to add people to this list. Of the 2,800 people currently on the by name list, approximately 1,600 people are provisionally housed, and that means they're staying with friends or family, couch surfing, in hotels, or in transitional or bridge housing. They don't have leases or written agreements to stay in these situations, and they often move from place to place. Many turn to community agencies for food and places to spend the day. In the case of transitional or bridge housing, their stays are limited. As you can see, more than 60% of the people currently experiencing homelessness are Indigenous, despite the fact that Indigenous people make up less than 6% of Edmonton's total population. Next slide, please. Of the 2,800 people currently experiencing homelessness, more than 750 of those people will spend the day and night unsheltered. That means they are staying in places not fit for habitation, such as parks, the river valley, streets, transit stations, empty lots, and vehicles. About 450 of those people will spend the night in an emergency shelter. In those facilities, they will receive the basics of life: food, a warm place to sleep, and connections to housing, income, and in some cases, medical services. Over the last year, we have seen an increase of 32% in the total number of people expected to require shelter. Next slide. People experiencing homelessness once again have fewer overnight and day shelter options and limited access to existing public spaces. Increased demand for service and the inability to fully address it is leading to increased encampments and social disorder right across our city, particularly in the central areas. To date, the city has received more than 6,100 complaints about encampments, which represents a 38% increase over last year. City operations crews have cleaned up more than 1,600 sites to date, and that is a 33% increase year over year. And I will now turn it over to Ms. Kajener.
Thanks, Ms. Ford. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As emergency shelter services are traditionally the mandate of the Government of Alberta, the City of Edmonton has played a relatively small role in planning for winter emergency for people experiencing homelessness. However, in 2019, City Council approved City Policy 620, which directs administration to provide additional support to vulnerable Edmontonians during extreme weather events. But this is limited to periods of extreme cold or extreme heat as defined by Environment Canada's public warning system. Nonetheless, this policy change, combined with the onset of the global COVID-19 pandemic, during which extraordinary public health guidelines have limited access to existing facilities, have led the city to play a more active role with our partners. Administration has been meeting regularly with the Government of Alberta's Community and Social Services Ministry, Alberta Health Services, Homeward Trust, and the Edmonton Police Service to discuss plans for service delivery over the winter months. As a result of these discussions, administration is currently projecting there will be less overnight emergency shelter beds available this winter than there were last year, despite an overall increase in people experiencing homelessness. There are currently 720 funded emergency overnight shelter spaces available in Edmonton, spread across Hope Mission's main building, the Herb Jameson site, and the Spectrum building sites, as well as the Women's Emergency Accommodation Center. All of these beds are permanent with the exception of the Spectrum building, where funding is expected to run out at the end of November. Administration plans to extend Hope Mission's lease of the facility at Spectrum for as long as it has funding in place, and Hope Mission has asked the Government of Alberta to fund this facility through the winter. The Mustard Seed previously had funding to operate 4 temporary overnight shelters at Southside churches through the summer. The funding for these shelters ran out in September. Mustard Seed has asked the Government of Alberta to provide funding to reopen 3 of the churches and their neighbor center for emergency shelter. If these funding requests are approved, administration is expecting approximately 853 funded overnight spaces will be available this winter, and a gap of approximately 350 spaces will remain. To help offset this gap, administration has also offered interior space at the Commonwealth Stadium for emergency shelter to the Government of Alberta, so it may contract one of its operators to operate the facility, which would provide an up to 150 extra beds. Ministry staff has communicated to administration that they believe the remainder of this gap can be filled by working with existing emergency shelter providers, as well as short-term supportive housing providers like Salvation Army and Urban Manor to open up more space as required. Next slide. In addition to making city-owned facilities like Spectrum and Commonwealth Stadium available for overnight shelter this winter, administration is also recommending to continue providing funding to support the delivery of day services, as we have throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Last spring, Council approved our request to support expanded day services for people experiencing homelessness using COVID-specific funds. Boyle Street Community Services, Bissell Centre, and the Mustard Seed were able to extend their hours and expand capacity to ensure people had somewhere to go for essential services and connections to housing pathways during the day. That funding was set to expire on October 31st. However, we have extended those agreements until the end of December. During budget discussions, we will bring forward a proposal to use some remaining unallocated funds for homelessness response to extend these services until April 2022. If these funding requests, as well as the 24/7 shelter funding extension requests for Spectrum and Mustard Seed facilities are approved, administration is projecting approximately 400 additional dedicated day spaces will be available. In addition to this, the Herb Jameson will also be offering up to 400 additional day sleep spaces. These spaces are not accounted for in the overall dedicated day shelter numbers because they can only be used for day sleep and do not allow for eating, social space, or programming space. But they will help reduce some of the impact of the reduced dedicated day spaces by providing room for people to access a warm space to rest during the day. Next slide. While this report is focused primarily on them, it's important to note emergency shelters and day services are only part of the system keeping Edmontonians safe this winter. In addition to the efforts described so far, a broad range of facilities in all parts of the city are providing services to people experiencing homelessness. The map on this slide shows the locations of overnight emergency shelter services in purple, day services are in pink, and bridge housing and short-term supportive housing sites are green. The efforts of these agencies and sites are coordinated by a sector winter emergency planning committee coordinated by Homeward Trust. This committee monitors capacities and temperatures and makes adjustments and changes to respond to conditions regularly throughout the winter season. Next slide. So to summarize, the City of Edmonton's planned contributions to the overall sector response can be summed up in 3 components. So the first is providing continued funding to expand and support the delivery of dedicated day drop-in spaces at Bissell Centre, Mustard Seeds 96th Street Church, and the Boyle Street Community Services building. Administration has extended these contracts previously approved by City Council in the spring to the end of December. Funding requests to continue to fund these services January through April have also been prepared and are being recommended for approval by City Council through this year's budget process. The total cost for extending this funding beyond December 31st is expected to be $3.3 million, which could be partially offset through the use of $1.9 million in unspent funding from the spring COVID homelessness response budget. The city will also continue to make an ETS-run bus service available during periods of extreme cold this winter. The bus will run a loop between major transit centers, main streets, and shelters overnight, every night, in conjunction with expected extreme weather warnings by Environment Canada. Overflow overnight shelter space will also be made available during these periods of extreme weather if necessary. Finally, administration will continue to lease the Spectrum building to Hope Mission for as long as their funding permits them to operate there, and will make the Commonwealth pods available to an operator funded by the Government of Alberta if it requires it. Next slide. So the report before you today is being advanced for information purposes only, and City Council's next opportunity for decision-making on this plan will occur on November 22nd, 2021. A funding strategy to manage these costs will be presented to City Council at that time. We will continue to work with the Government of Alberta, Alberta Health Services, Homeward Trust, and others to monitor capacity at all facilities over the coming months and support these organizations however we can in their efforts to ensure all Edmontonians have a safe place to go this winter. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for all the work that you've been doing on this very, very important issue that's facing Edmontonians, particularly when you look outside. It's just terrifying that people could be sleeping on the street, not have a safe and warm place to go to. So I'll go to questions. Councillor Rutherford.
In the plan for this year, one of the things I heard were some concerns over the safety of the actual, I believe it's a Spectrum, I'm not sure which one, but there was concerns over the safety. What are we doing differently this year to mitigate some of those lessons learned from last year's response?
Are you referring to the individuals that are staying at the Spectrum, Councillor?
I heard that because, so this is the tension, right, between barrier-free and then maintaining safety. So I did hear some concerns that a lot of unhoused folks didn't actually feel safe going to that, especially unhoused women. And so I just wanted to know if we have any, how mitigating measures to support that, or what we're doing differently around that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Rutherford. So I'll just start by clarifying it's important to note that the City of Edmonton is not directly funding any of these facilities. We have entered into a lease agreement with Hope Mission for the Spectrum facility, and we do work with them to try and ensure the safety of that site. There was an unfortunate incident there about 6 weeks ago, and since then the city has gone through with city staff have gone through with Hope Mission through the facility to look at what could be done to further secure the environment, and also work with Explore Edmonton Security, who is the team on site, to look at their protocols to see how we could increase the overall safety there and prevent another unfortunate fatality from happening. And so since then, a number of measures have been put in place, including additional environmental controls, and Explore Edmonton is also security team has also increased their security, and Hope Mission is doing a physical inspection of the entire interior space once a day at a minimum. And so it remains a challenge because these buildings are not built for shelter and they're not designed for emergency shelter, but they are the best spaces that we can make available given the context we're operating in with restrictions to other facilities. And so it is very top of mind for everyone that's operating, and we communicate with the operator on a regular basis.
And my second question is around folks that are unhoused that even with shelter spaces available, tend to not utilize shelter spaces. I don't know what the answer is, but I just wanted to know what kind of supports we have for folks that, for whatever reason it is, choose not to use it, and what is that number of 1,200 derived with those folks taken into consideration or not? Those are my two questions.
I'll start off maybe and then pass it over to Crystal. Part of the answer, Councillor, is our relatively new shelter standards that the previous council approved quite recently. And we're really socializing those standards with a whole variety of agencies and trying to move the system to adopt those standards. And we believe firmly that if those can be actioned, and there's a price tag with them as well in some cases, then the shelters would be far more inclusive than they perhaps are now. So really trying to get that initiative getting traction in community. We've talked to the GOA about those, and they've done a fair bit of analysis. So it's not going to be an overnight solution, but it will be over time to get there to achieve the kind of outcomes you're referring to. Crystal?
Yeah, and then just on your question related to the 1,200, that figure does include unsheltered people. It's a proxy for all Edmontonians expected to require shelter, which is people currently staying in shelter as well as those unsheltered at the moment as well.
Perfect. And my last question would just be about if we're talking about shelter capacity, and so we have yes, and I'm assuming that shelter capacity is also reduced. Is there, what in this plan is created specifically for, or is there a plan for youth that are above that capacity?
Yes, okay, so it's a good question. Last year, there was concerns raised with us around, and Homeward Trust about a lack of capacity at the Yes Shelter. And as a result of that, Homeward Trust is currently supporting Yes to lease the hostel on White Avenue to provide additional bridge housing and essentially overflow space for youth to seek shelter this winter.
Great, thank you so much for your answers. And again, just echo what Mr. Mayor said around, appreciate all the work that you have all put into this. It's really important and we really appreciate it.
I think just in addition to, on your second question, Councillor, I think it's worth commenting on the additional capacity we will create in extreme cold. And so if you could just comment on that, that'd be helpful, I think.
Sure. So City Policy 620, which is caring for vulnerable Edmontonians during extreme weather, directs administration to work with Homeward Trust to bring on additional overflow shelter space during periods of extreme cold. So if Environment Canada issues a weather warning because they expect weather conditions to be life-threatening, then we'll bring on additional overflow space as well.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and report. Obviously an area of keen interest for me, and so I'm going to try to focus my questions. Just a quick question to start off, just around sort of lessons learned from Tipanawa in terms of having a large site. Just wondering, I guess I have some initial concerns with the prospect of Commonwealth being used, again, for another sort of larger area. Just wondering what lessons were learned and how they'll be applied for the Commonwealth approach.
I'll certainly let Crystal weigh in on the size of shelters. So certainly smaller is really more manageable. Just the other piece of information just to share with committee and council is we're certainly very challenged to find appropriate venues to activate. We did an extensive work with colleagues in our corporation and the administration to look at what other buildings would be suitable. Either that the city owns or could lease or even private sector. And it's a really challenging piece of work to find appropriate, especially a short-term lease. So you'll recall last year we activated Kinsman Sports Center. Central Lions was activated. Obviously not ideal, but certainly the shelter providers, certainly did a good job in activating those spaces. So we're very much limited by our physical inventory of buildings to activate. In an ideal situation, the facility at the convention center was very, very large, and I think there was acknowledgement in the whole system that it achieved what we set out to achieve, but it really just too many individuals to manage in one space. So ideally, we'd want smaller, but we're having to deal with what buildings are available.
And I would just add to that, we have completed a fulsome report on Tipanawa and the lessons learned from that, and that will be released soon, so we can make sure that council gets a copy of that as well.
Great. Well, I appreciate hearing that there was, a really fulsome analysis done in terms of some of the other buildings that might be considered. So appreciate that due diligence has definitely happened. Just wondering if there's been a request. So I know that bridge housing facilities and some of the new ones that have opened up recently provide a really great opportunity for folks who are currently unhoused. But I know that they were experiencing a lot of operational challenges with the outbreak status regulations through the GOA, which really, we just had so many empty bridge housing beds, which is so frustrating when the constraints are so tight. Just wondering if there has been a formal request made for changing those policies, particularly throughout the winter.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stevenson. I did hear you ask Dr. Sikora the same question at EAC, and as a result, we followed up with our contacts at the CSS Ministry, who works with Alberta Health on those regulations, and they did say that they would raise it with Alberta Health as well to see if there is some practical considerations that can be made, especially given that we know there's a relative shortage of space this winter. So,
wonderful, great to hear. And just a final one, just in terms of, I know the Sands Hotel is coming up later, but they do have some overflow shelter space as well. Has that been considered in the overall planning for the winter response?
That hasn't because of the planning that, or we're going to talk about at 6.2, but that is something that we could follow up on to see if there's a way to make that work.
Wonderful. Shifting now a bit more to the day spaces, I'm just wondering if there are some additional policies that we can have for our city facilities to provide sort of more informal day space, so folks who are maybe accessing our library, even City Hall. Also, you know, I had an experience last year, or earlier this year actually, during one of the extreme winter weather events where I saw peace officers removing someone from an LRT station with no transportation, no other options for this individual to get somewhere safe. Just wondering if we can have some really clear operational policies that folks are not to be removed from city facilities during these extreme weather events. And again, maybe just how we maybe use our civic spaces to expand day shelter opportunities.
Maybe I'll start off with the peace officer challenge. Certainly, we reflect on lessons learned from that, both our own peace officers and working with the Edmonton Police as well, in terms of the procedures when those kinds of situations arise. So both organizations have done a deep dive to basically change the procedures when the weather is like it is, and we've reflected on that with some of the mutual aid organizations. So our expectation is that with the new procedures in place, we'll have a different approach this winter. Certainly, they acknowledge that, and there was a lot of learnings from a couple of those incidences for sure.
Yeah, and if there's anything, sorry, I know I'm a bit over time, just in terms of providing that clarity of policy, you know, if that's direction that needs to come from council, happy to do that, but sounds like the work is undergoing, so that's great.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I don't know. I don't want to say like 8 years into this, and it's infuriating because we're talking about something year after year that is the provincial government's job. So let's start with just the basics. Have we invited them out to any of these meetings? It's great to have Dr. Sikora out at the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting. Can we invite the province out? I mean, they'll say no, but I'd love to have the chance to actually ask them the question, what they're ever going to do.
I'm not sure they'll say no, but we can extend the invitation.
I think it's time because what I struggle with over and over again is we're trying to solve a problem that we can't solve ourselves. So I'd love to see if we can try having them out. Thank you. And forgive me for the next 4 minutes of me sounding frustrated. None of this is directed at you. This is all directed at the provincial government. So I want to make sure I heard the presentation correct, which is that right now, assuming the provincial government funds the requests that have come in from the agencies to start or to continue funding beyond November 30th, that still leaves us with a significant shortfall on overnight and daytime spaces across the city.
That is what we're projecting, yes.
Yeah. And so you've chatted with the staff, and I appreciate that provincial administration is probably feeling a bit, you know, I don't want to speak for them, but I can assume that they are equally frustrated by the lack of funding to be able to do more. You can only do so much within your existing resources. So has there been any type of justification provided to provincial staff by the provincial government around how the provincial government can justify not having enough spaces for people to be in overnight?
Well, Councillor, you know, certainly they acknowledge the demand and the need for additional spaces.
Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering is, have they justified why they aren't going to do anything about it?
Well, certainly, I mean, the funding requests that they have in the system that haven't been, there's no final decision yet, but they're certainly advocating and putting forward those plans in as strong a way as they possibly can, knowing that there's still a potential gap in terms of fewer spaces. So they certainly acknowledge they've gone part way down the path that we've been promoting. But you know, I mean, what we've heard many times is within all of the ministries, there's lack of funding, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
this challenges the GOA has, restrict how much they can provide to not just us, but, you know, a number of other cities for a number of other programs as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's their choice they have the opportunity to run a deficit as they have been throughout the pandemic, and they choose what to use that deficit funding on, and thus far it hasn't been to housing people. So, again, just.
If you want me to, I can fill you
Yeah,
in on
and I
some of the
imagine there will
conversations.
be an in-private portion of.
No, I mean,
Oh,
I can
okay.
publicly fill you in on some of the
Sure,
conversations, right? So
yeah,
if you
that'll
want
be
me to-
good. And like I say, just apologize because I've dealt with this conversation so many times already. I just,
Certainly appreciate,
Yeah.
your and council's frustration, Councillor.
And it's
The
not
only-
towards you
the
again,
only
just to be
point-
very clear.
Only point I would just raise is that as we talk to our peers, and especially Crystal and Jackie across the country, we're not alone.
oh, I know.
So it's a challenge that all cities in our nation have.
Yeah.
And they do look to us in some cases that we're kind of leading best practice.
The city of
Still-
Edmonton's doing wonderful, amazing work. Like, I mean, to be very clear, none of my frustration is, all of you are doing an incredible job, well beyond our jurisdiction to help as many people as we can. So none of this comes to any of you, just to be very, very, very clear. But I do think we need to repeat over and over again, that this is primarily provincial jurisdiction. We're willing to help them however they want. To make sure that we don't leave anyone without a place to be. My last question just here is, do we have a running tally of what we have put in over the last sort of 3, 4, 5 years? And again, I think it's completely justified every dollar that we've spent, but I think we should keep track of that and be able to tell Edmontonians, Albertans, here's how much we're putting in that is actually supposed to be dealt with by the provincial government. And here's how much we know it would take to solve this problem. Because it is just a funding conversation.
We don't have that off the top of our head, Councillor,
Doesn't
but we
need it
can
now,
certainly
but
aggregate that information.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time. Appreciate it.
If I can go next, Councillor Tang and Salvador and Rice, because I think that might answer some of your questions on the provincial stuff. And I'll do that by asking questions to you, Andre. I think I have spent more time on this file over the last 3 weeks than I have done on any other file. And Andre and I had a very productive conversation with the Premier. We spent almost an hour, 45 minutes, an hour with him and his Chief of Staff. My impressions were a very productive meeting. I know, Andre, what your impressions were of that meeting.
Yeah, certainly, I would agree with you, Your Worship, and I think the evidence of that was the engagement within sort of 24 to 48 hours of that meeting. There's been a lot of engagement with myself and the Deputy Minister of Community and Social Services, including probably about 3 phone calls a day. So,
Yeah.
you know, to get to Councillor Knack's question, they haven't said no yet, and I think. But I think the other part of your question, if they do say no, Councillor, we will absolutely chase down a reasoning for that if that happens. But right now, I am hopeful that we'll get support.
And we also had a call yesterday with Minister Luan on specifically on this matter. The way we are trying to not frame this, but I think divide the ask is we need immediate support to house people during this winter. And we have identified number of needs and how much money we need. I mean, not money, but how much space we can make available and what the gap is. I think there's some lack of understanding on their end as well on our numbers. So I think we need to continue to have that communication with them. Again, he reassured me that they're listening to us, right? So on the short term, but I was also surprised at the kind of language he was using about long-term working us together on supportive housing, right? So I think there might be some shift happening. So I'm hopeful, and at this time, but we were only here for 3 weeks now, right? So, but the sense I'm getting that we're going to get some movement from the province.
Yeah, I do detect a different tone, Your Worship. And I think part of the issue is when you look at the facts today, the shelter capacity we have today is actually underutilized. Now, I know that's going to change significantly with weather like we've seen in the last 24 hours as well, but we're not at 100% capacity today, and we will be for sure, and that's what we're getting set up for.
Yeah, so I think overall conversations have been productive, but as they say, I know it's to be seen, right? So whether they deliver in the short term, and then if they deliver in the short term, how we build on that for the long-term solutions, which are so critical. We cannot have this Band-Aid approach. We need long-term solutions, supportive housing, and mental health support, addiction recovery, and all those things, right? But we need to get people through this winter as well, right? So it's so critical. Councillor Tang?
I think Councillor Rice, committee member first.
Councillor Rice, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And then my question, I have a few questions. So this topic, I think, will bring some emotion out and for many people. And then we do not want to see people sleep on the street, specifically in the winter time. And we do want everybody and who live in our city and have housing and have good quality of life. So I deeply care about this topic. And so the question is about, yes, build on Councillor Leck's comments, is this our city's job? And then how, in which level, which degree our city contributes to these social issues, and then based on our own capacity. So we are talking about two levels support. The one level is about increased capacity. So increased shelters capacity, yes, we are doing lots. We're doing so much work, and from 3 levels government, not only our city's government. And 3 level government, we focus on increase the capacity, shelters capacity overnight and day use as well. And so, yes, we did lots. And then my question is about, and from occupancy rate, if you look at the historic data about our shelters usage rate, and then you will see, do we do enough to increase the occupancy rate or usage rate instead of just focus on doing things to increase capacity? I think that is a big question to answer the concerns from our Edmontonians. Our Edmontonians have concern, yes, 10 years passed, we have 10 years to end the homelessness policy already. I believe the policy work, and no matter is from provincial government, from city government, we did great. I don't think we need more policy work. And then we actually need to look at a specific practical work. And so if you look at the historic data and ask that question, and is there anything we could change from program service perspective, and then changing the focus, shifting focus, and then so Edmontonians want our homeless issues be resolved. That is I heard over and over, and it is about how we do it. So I would like to see more that side, and from our city's action is not only about focus on increased capacity, also increase occupancy rate. That is most important. And even though you have lots of spaces there, and if people didn't use, and what's the point for us to keep invest money there? So that's my point. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, very complicated one to answer because I go into a couple of different directions. I think we're always looking at occupancy, and we did have some COVID-related issues this year that reduced occupancy capacity because of health restrictions, and those are being looked into with health right now. I think the one thing that really comes to mind is we often are talking about pathways out of poverty and pathways out of homelessness and pathways out of addiction. I think the other main effort that we need to start doing more of, but again, this dips into the provincial responsibility, is talking about pathways into poverty and pathways into addiction, and often they are mental health issues, which I think we all agree we need more resources and facilities into mental health issues which are causing homelessness and poverty and addiction. And so I think that's another topic. I think the issue with that, again, is going to be another difficult conversation with the province, because mental health is not a city health responsibility. We don't have that in our portfolio, but something we definitely need to talk about. So I don't know if anybody has anything else to add.
Thanks, Mr. Kobold. I would just add to that, that's a great question, Councillor Rice, and that's absolutely something that we think about. And it, honestly, as someone who works in the housing world, it pains me to be investing dollars in the Band-Aid solution, which is the overnight shelter. But we know we need to do it because we need to keep people safe. Prior to the pandemic, we had, through Housing First programs, we mentioned we'd actually significantly reduced homelessness, or, which could be a proxy for shelter utilization, by 45%, and housed over 13,000 people using those Housing First programs. But what I think we've learned in the last few years, or at least something that we've come to appreciate more, is that shelter and street outreach are really the front doors to that housing system. And so we can't just ignore emergency shelter, and we can't just ignore street outreach, because we need those two systems to be working well, be resourced well, and to be effective if we get to be able to get more people from homelessness into housing, which is ultimately the long-term solution. So that, in addition to the prevention piece that Mr. Corbell mentioned, I think are sort of the next, or why you hear us talking about this so much. It's not because we just want to focus on the Band-Aid, it's just that we know that the front door needs to be working well for the permanent solutions to be able to be effective.
Thank you for that. Councillor Tang?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Always enjoy listening to you present. I guess a quick question, we have some speakers on the line too. Is this a time that I can invite them to answer too? Oh, sorry. I thought you said you have a few colleagues joining online.
Oh, the administration members. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, they're online.
Oh, I
so
see.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so I was thinking about folks who are outside of the downtown core and even the south side core. I've certainly heard a lot more stories in my ward, below White Mud. Folks are sleeping in bus shelters and that kind of stuff. And I am thinking about, as we approach winter, there's a huge service gap in the southeast. How are we taking care of those folks? I'm thinking transit, but can you talk a little bit more about folks who are scattered? I know the volume isn't there, but there are going to be folks quite far from a lot of the services we just heard about.
I'll try to answer that question. The folks who are staying farther away from those core services they're relying more on public spaces, rec centers, those kind of places. Most of them are probably sleeping outside, so you'll see more and more encampments around there. During the extreme weather, we would certainly be able to transport them to those services. Some are using, there's a significant number of free bus passes for folks to access those services. But I think it speaks to what Mr. Smythe was speaking to earlier. Last year, when we were looking for those smaller spaces that we could have smaller shelters that were more geographically beneficial to people, there's just not a lot of spaces there. So unfortunately, we're relying on those communities to do some outreach, whether it's food services or the rec centers, but those core services are still going to be downtown.
The other quick point, Councillor, it was I believed it was a big step for us to work with the province. Again, it's not confirmed yet, but the shelters that are activated on the south side, it isn't the deep south, but that was a big step because we were worried for a while there that the only shelters would be on the north side of the river, which really would be a huge gap. But certainly recognize the deep south and people getting access to services as well.
Okay, no, that's great. I just don't want to forget those who may not be quite as central, but are there nonetheless. I guess building off of Councillor Knack's point, and I'm cognizant 8 years, regardless of who's in government, it always feels like such a scramble every year for winter emergency. And I'm glad to see that after this item, we're talking about rapid housing. And I know there's a lot of factors and there's a lot of jurisdiction responsibilities. I guess just high level, what do we need to do to move beyond this scramble we always find ourselves in each year. COVID or not, prior to COVID, it's also every year we come up with a new winter emergency response as per bylaw.
I think that has changed, and it was just before the pandemic, where the policy C620 really did help us get ready. And we saw it in the summer, because it's not just winter emergency, it's now weather. We see the weather changing, and we had the extreme weather response most of the summer as well. So I think our team now is more prepared than ever before, but for the pandemic. So we find ourselves now, our team, more and more looking at shelter numbers, whereas before the pandemic, we were primarily, our concern was the impact, trying to mitigate the impact of encampments. And now I see lots of people on the social development team counting these shelter beds every night, trying to signal whether or not we have enough shelter beds with the provincial government. I think when it's just the winter response between ourselves, rec facilities, and transit, we are ready to go. But now that we have this added layer of space restraints and the shelter impacts that have overwhelmed the pandemic has overwhelmed the shelter response. But I would say that before the pandemic, we were ready, we were primed, and we had this down to, we knew exactly what we could do for each weather cycle. The pandemic has thrown all of that into disarray.
Hopefully we can get back to that point at some point. I know it's a huge coordinated effort, so I just want to thank all of you and the partners for all the tremendous work you're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to start by expressing my gratitude for administration. I totally recognize just the incredible job that you've done, given that you're stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place, given the jurisdictional complexity. So just going to get into a few, I guess, more detailed questions here, just so I fully understand the potential gap in the number of shelter spaces. So as I understand it, if we are able to secure all the pending funding that comes through, we're going to have 850 overnight 24/7 shelter spaces, right? That's correct, okay. And the remainder of those, about 150 would be through Commonwealth, and then, sorry, the other portion of that, where is that? I think you mentioned potentially filled by other agencies, and I guess I'm wondering, are we confident in that portion? That's just where my worry is.
So our discussions with Ministry of Staff, they've suggested that they would be able to identify additional spaces at some of the existing facilities. So that would include like Salvation Army, for example, which is currently operating primarily as short-term supportive housing, but has some underutilized beds. They charge an overnight rate for staying there, so they are looking at whether they could waive those rates to make them available as emergency shelter. We know there's some facilities like Urban Manor and WEAC which are not actually operating at their full capacity that they were prior to the pandemic, notwithstanding the fact that public health regulations are no longer an impediment. So they're looking to see if they can get those agencies' numbers back up, as an example. And then there's always, often they'll look at funding additional staff or asking Home Mission to increase their space. Like the main building currently is only being used for 125 spaces in the main building, and in the past they've had, upwards of 300 in there. And so I think there's different avenues that they would explore, but probably Mr. Corbo might want to add to that too.
Yeah, I would just want to confirm that we've looked at every single space that we feel is missing, and we've made a request to the province formally for every single space. And I won't feel comfortable until we get an answer, which we have not received as of this moment.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm also just looking for that confidence and surety there. So I appreciate that answer. And then also just wanted to quickly dig into Commonwealth, just in terms of suitability as a building. And I'm wondering, have we activated Commonwealth in the past? Did we do that last year? And just can you speak to that as an experience?
Yes, so Commonwealth has been activated twice for emergency shelter. Once, the field house was operated by city staff as an emergency shelter during the first year of extreme weather response protocol. And then the second time it was used was last winter. Hope Mission was provided with a license agreement to use the pods for overnight shelter.
Okay, thank you.
And overall, Councillor, it was a well-run facility. Certainly some of the facility staff stayed present, but it was led by the agency, and the outreach they did into community, the good neighbor approach in terms of communicating with the community around the stadium worked fairly well. So they did activate that quite effectively. Not ideal, but it was a reasonably run facility.
Okay, and is outreach underway for that this year as well? Or is that,
Well,
like, with the surrounding community?
You can jump in.
As soon as we know, as soon as we know what the plan is for that facility, then we would absolutely undertake proactive communications and outreach to make sure the neighbors know.
Getting ahead of myself. And then just final question here with one more minute. Collaboration with any sort of mutual aid groups or street outreach teams, just to make sure there's clear lines of communication between folks who are kind of boots on the ground, to make sure that there's sort of channels to the emergency shelters.
Yes, and actually just last evening there was a broad community meeting with mutual aid groups, Homeward Trust, some of the other outreach teams that the city funds. My report this morning was a very productive meeting, that there is a real a growing sense of community among those agencies that are traditionally funded and the mutual aid groups. We've all recognized we want the same outcomes for the folks that we meet on the street, so that is becoming more and more part of our standard operating procedure.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette? You're muted, Aaron.
How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Okay, so thank you, and thank you for the report, and councillors for your questions. I have a number of questions, so brevity would be great. So we determined this summer, it was very clearly understood that this is a mental health and health crisis on our streets. And that goes to jurisdictional issues. And I guess my question revolves around how we communicate to Edmontonians, because this is a priority issue for Edmontonians. And they do not, by and large, have an understanding about the separation of responsibilities, and not just responsibilities, but jurisdictional powers between governments. We do not have the power to deal with mental health and health crisis in our streets. We don't have the power to actually do this by law, and we certainly don't have the finances. So on a communications level, I think there's a massive failure in how we communicate this issue to Edmontonians, because they don't know. They think we're passing the buck. So I'm just wondering what the response to that is. Okay, while you think about that, I'll circle back to that. The other question is about the tax impact. So let's say that we took on as much as we possibly could to solve this issue. There are still going to be gaps, for sure, big ones that are insurmountable for us as a municipality. But if we did everything we possibly could and money was not an issue, that would turn into a tax impact that people would feel directly in their tax assessment. Now you look at a provincial or federal budget, and because they can put things on the books without a direct tax impact on citizens, through deficit spending or whatever mechanism they use, and because their budgets are so much larger, there would be very little, if any, negligible impact on everyday Edmontonians. So we've got two different issues here about capacity. So I'm a little bit curious about that. Have we actually priced that out, or have we determined that, or is that part of our discussions with the provincial or federal governments? Like, look, if you want us to take it on, this is how it will impact people monetarily on every household. Whereas if you take it on, this is the impact. And all of that still goes into the idea that for those who are just on a threshold of falling down into poverty, dealing with poverty is going to knock a few people into the hole if we have to do it. So just a response to that.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think I'll start, Andre, here. I'll just, and I'll be brief. The first one, I would say, if you're saying we've failed at comms, then I think we need to do better, and we can take that back as guidance from council, and we will redouble our efforts, and we can come back with a comms plan to better communicate with Edmontonians. So we'll take that criticism and get back to you on it.
It's not a criticism. It's just, it's all of us.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I'm not taking it personally, I'm just taking it, I think you're right. I think it's hard for Edmontonians to understand. So we will take that to heart and figure out if there's a better way to communicate this to Edmontonians, both council and administration and media, quite frankly. On the second one, I don't believe we have done that. I think it would be a worthy exercise to do and bring back to council for consideration and share with our colleagues at the province. Because I've never seen anything like that, and it's an interesting idea, I think.
Yeah, because it has a direct impact on people's homes. So sorry.
Certainly, just to add to the city manager's commentary, just sort of aggregating up, taking a housing first approach in terms of, we have good data in terms of the number of units and which type of units and what kind of supports are required, and then basically sort of to populate and do the math in terms of what that would look like from a capital and an operating perspective, and then how that would then translate into a property tax increase, across the board. So we can certainly do that math, if you will, and see what that looks like.
I'll just finish quickly by saying we have been asking the province also to follow all the money in the system, because I don't think anybody believes the money that's in the entire system is being used to the greatest effect. And so a lot of people in the system are asking for us to follow that money and do some better analysis on it.
Right. Thank you. And I'm out of time. It's clear that Edmontonians want action yesterday, not a year from now.
Thank you, Paquette, Councillor Paquette, and I absolutely agree with you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more question. For the emergency response and the specifics due to weather, so we're just to put COVID-19 besides, and what will we do differently and from past response actions?
This winter, you mean?
Yes.
Well, one of the ways that our learnings from last winter would influence our planning this winter is on the transportation side of things. So, for example, last winter we underestimated the demand for services, I would say, and we ended up having to add buses midstream. So this winter we would be anticipating a higher need and making arrangements for that. I know we've also entered into conversations with transit earlier. When it comes to the overflow response, I think the main piece is just sorting out the primary winter response and then making sure that we have those plans in place. And one thing that we're doing that will be different is contracting an operator in advance so that we will have a relationship and have them through the space and have them ready to accelerate their opening of the facility faster, if that makes sense. That would be two things that we're doing differently this winter, or how we've iterated our response from last year.
With that said, and is there any measurement in place, and we can see some tangible results?
So we do measure utilization, absolutely, and we do analyze the routes as well to make sure that that they're going to the right places. For example, and we'll take feedback from for example, Councillor Tang's point around Southeast transportation is something we can work into the planning. But because it is an emergency response and it's only overnight only, it's primarily focused on safety. So we would mostly measure our outcomes related to utilization. We don't want to offer a service that's not being used, and also just avoiding any unfortunate incidents and safety, right? So we want to make sure that there's the buses have appropriate security and that people who are on the buses have clear protocols. So that's primarily the two sort of metrics we would use for the emergency response piece.
I have some comments add on, and specifically regarding the money piece. most Edmontonians want to see our money spent properly and then more relevant, efficient, and effective. And then from that public accountability piece perspective, and then it's not about people don't want to support the people, the group, and on the street. So it's about 10 years past. If we look at the trends, the changing trends, and is there any specific actions, specific program services we can look at, revisit from different angle, and instead doing something repeatedly every year, and then every year come up with some emergency response, and but not result to the outcome and Edmontonians would like to see. I think it's not about the money, and is about, and everybody talked about efficiency and public accountability piece.
Yeah, and Councillor Rice, we absolutely share those goals, because from the social sector's perspective too, you know, every dollar that we're investing in something is a dollar we can't invest something else, and we know that the need is great, so absolutely value for money and efficiency is top of mind. I think maybe a way that I would answer your question is, the pandemic has really, like we had said, you know, Edmonton made a lot of progress on reducing homelessness. We reduced chronic homelessness by 45% from 2008 until 2018. So we did see like an absolute reduction. But we know now the pandemic has changed everything, and that's really challenging our assumptions. And so we'll talk about this later in the report 6.8, but we work closely with Homeward Trust, and one of the things that they're working on is an updated plan to end homelessness, which would be a strategy that would ask all of those questions. You know, what's working well, what's not working well, and how has the pandemic changed things. Just one more quick example I'll give you is the last time a new plan was done was actually in 2017, was Edmonton's most recent plan to end homelessness, and that's where we identified the significant gap around supportive housing that was sort of not being identified as an issue. And so over the last 4 years, the city has really worked closely with Homeward Trust to elevate the importance of bringing on that infrastructure so that we can address the persistent population of people that are not having their needs met by existing programs and services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see anyone else on the board, so I know we have 9.1 that we have to get some information on, so I'm willing to move in, assuming there's nobody else on the board. I don't think there is.
Yeah, no one is else. You want to move, we go in private? Or?
Yeah, just to get whatever information we need to on 9.1 and move into private, subject to sections 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay. Please vote that we go into private for 9.1.
We have the votes.
Please display the votes. Okay, it's carried. Thank you. Give us a couple of minutes to unlock the doors. We can actually take a break and come back in 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to get rolling with some exciting procedural bouncing around. So we have moved back into public. We made a motion, great. We will do a quick roll call. So committee members, Councillor Rice? Here. Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Great, and we're also joined in chambers with by Councillor Tang. Oh, and Councillor Wright, and online we have Councillor Jans, Councillor Paquette, Councillor Principe, and I think that is everyone. Please correct me if I have missed you. Oh, and Councillor Cartmel, and Councillor Hamilton. Thank you all for joining us, and Councillor Paquette if I didn't say that earlier. We need to get some motions, two separate motions to approve item 6.1 and another motion to approve 9.1. Councillor Knack, would you like to move 6.1?
So moved.
Great. Let's vote.
We have the votes. Thank you.
Display the votes, please. And that's passed. Could I also get a motion to move item 9.1?
So moved.
Great, let's vote.
We have the votes.
Please display the votes. And that's passed as well. Wonderful. Now, I've been advised that administration would like us to return to item 5.7. So we do actually need a vote to bring 5.7 forward. Councillor Rutherford?
Can we do that with a when we've already done a time-specific okay. Then I so moved.
Let's vote. And sorry, just to confirm, are we approving that we are going to speak to this item?
Yes, approving, yep.
Great, thank you.
And just, yep, thank you, we have the votes.
Great, please display the votes. Do we have the votes, sorry? Please.
Yes, we did have the votes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. And we can just display those votes? Wonderful. So I will pass it back to administration for an update on that item.
Yeah, simply, Councillor, that we've taken what we heard from council and committee, and we think we can adjust the bus network redesign and term review to come back as early as 19 January, to be more specific and much earlier. So.
Great. I'm seeing nods around the table. Did anyone want to speak to that? No? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate the expediency that you're bringing that forward and agree it's such a vital topic. It's great that we can address that sooner rather than later. So I need a motion now to accept the revised due date for item 5.7 to January 19th, 2022. Councillor Rice, would you like to move that?
So moved.
Okay, so we've had a bit of a, in our, okay, never mind, we're all good. Continue, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Let us vote.
We have the votes, thank you.
Please display the votes. Great. Thank you again very much. And now we are on to our time-specific item, item 6.7. We do have an update to our speakers list that we will just need to amend. Do I just need to read out the amendments to the speakers list?
Yes.
Okay.
And a vote, please.
And vote. Am I allowed to read out the amendments to the speakers list, or should someone else be motioning that? Yeah? Okay, so to amend the speakers list for item 6.7 by removing Kamiko Pocha from the Edmonton Sport and Social Club and adding Kyle Smith from Edmonton Sport and Social Club, who is speaking on behalf of Kamiko. Can I have a motion? Or I'm making that motion? I am making that motion. Let's vote.
We have the votes. Thank you.
Please display the vote. Wonderful. Well, I think that we will start with a presentation from administration and then go to our speakers.
Thank you, Councillor. For this item, I'm here with Roger Jevney. Roger is the branch manager of Community and Recreation Facilities. And later on, after you've heard from speakers, for questions, we also have, as part of our delegation, Kim Petrin, branch manager of Development Services from Urban Planning and Economy Department, Jody Graham from Financial and Corporate Services, and Margot Hoffner and Ingrid Johnson from Legal Services. So in June of this year, June of 2021, administration presented a report to council on the A1 athletic facility development, and the proponents request that the city help fund the project. Administration was directed to do more analysis on the project and develop terms of a potential funding contribution agreement. With that brief introduction, I'll pass over to Roger to provide some additional details.
Thanks, Rob. The A1 Athletic Facility Limited is proposing to construct and operate a $32 million multi-sport facility on private land. A1 is requesting $5 million from the city to support the construction of this facility. In February 2021, the Executive Committee asked administration to consider a number of options to help financially support the development of the A1 Athletic Facility in Northeast Edmonton. In June 2021, administration advised the Executive Committee that the city providing off-site servicing to the property would not be appropriate. It was noted, however, that City Policy C-187A, enhancing community facility services through partnerships, may provide a more appropriate mechanism should council wish to support this project. The committee directed administration to further analyze the A1 Indoor Athletic Facility business plan and come back to the committee prior to the fall 2021 supplemental budget adjustment. According to the approach to community and recreation facility planning, the current service provision of indoor artificial turf in the city is inadequate. Although currently serviced by the Clairview Community Recreation Center, this area of the city would benefit from the indoor turf opportunities that would be provided by the proposed facilities. The nearby Clairview Community Recreation Center does not have indoor artificial turf. However, there are boarded indoor soccer facilities in Northeast Edmonton, about 7 kilometers away, as well as the Victoria Soccer Club in Northwest Edmonton, about 15 kilometers away. The only other full-size artificial turf facilities are at the Edmonton Scottish Society in Southeast Edmonton and on the University of Alberta South Campus. Administration has been encouraged by council to find innovative ways to fund and deliver recreation infrastructure projects. This estimated $32 million project provides an opportunity to enhance services to the community, offering a substantial return for a relatively low investment from the city. After reviewing the proponent's business plan, administration and A1 have developed terms and conditions of a potential funding agreement. Key terms include guaranteeing access for the public at reasonable rates and times, and a funding contribution payback if the facility isn't operated as a recreation amenity for the life of the term. Aside from the potential construction funding, the city would provide no ongoing support for operations, maintenance, or capital replacement. A1 facility has shared numerous letters of support from sport organizations, secondary and post-secondary institutions, community leagues, and businesses, all supporting the development of this facility. A preliminary GBA Plus analysis undertaken by A1 shows thoughtful consideration of ensuring equitable spaces for all members of the community, with plans to address potential barriers like financial need and transportation challenges. Funding for this item does not currently exist within the city's operating budget. A council motion would be required to bring forward an unfunded service package for funding consideration as part of the fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment. So thank you, and we'll be pleased to answer any questions you may have following the speakers.
Wonderful. Thanks very much for that overview. I'll now go to our speakers. So for those of you who have not participated previously, we're going to hear from you in a panel. I don't need to make a motion about hearing in a panel? Great. And so what that means is that you'll each have 5 minutes to speak, one after the other. And after you've all presented, then city councilors will have a chance to ask you any clarifying questions. I did just want to be mindful of our time. So each of you do have a full 5 minutes, and if you feel the need to use that full-time allotment to share your perspectives, we certainly welcome the opportunity to hear from you. But just to note that under the current timing, we would only have time to hear from you, and we wouldn't have time to ask you any questions at the end. So just something to be mindful of as we move forward in this process. And with that, I am pleased to go to our first speaker, Dwayne Robertson. Welcome, Dwayne. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you. I sent in letters of support from the 33 community leagues in the Northeast Edmonton area. We represent the Area Council's Edmonton Society. And I received a notice from Fraser Community League President and Clairview and District Council President Liz, indicating that they are very strong proponents of this facility, and we are in full support of them. So with that, I'll answer any questions that any councilors may have.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for representing those voices. And after we've moved through our speakers, we'll open it up for questions. Thanks very much for being here. Our second speaker is Raj Mami. Please take it away.
Thank you. Hello, councilors and mayor. You can hear me fine? Thank you for having me speak to item 6.7 today. As many of you are aware, my name is Raj Mami. I'm representing a group who is looking to build an integrated athletic and sports facility in Northeast Edmonton. This multi-purpose space fills a void for North Edmonton in terms of indoor and outdoor recreation and elevates the city of Edmonton's youth development and sports camp exposure. The project for the A1 athletic facility aligns well with the goals of Connect Edmonton, the city's strategic plan. We are aligned with the Edmonton City Plan goals, including those of being a winter city, having amenities within 15 minutes of Edmonton homes, and supporting diversity, inclusion, and youth development. As you can see by the attendance and passion at the FIFA qualifying games, Edmonton has an appetite for competitive soccer and other turf-related sports. How cool would it be to, in 20 years, see many members of today's youth in the Edmonton area representing Canada at FIFA? What we know today is that there is a lack of space for our children to play, train, and get world-class instruction. We've reached out to numerous stakeholders in the city of Edmonton, including members of community, sports teams, youth organizations, and all 33 community leagues in Northeast Edmonton with unanimous support for our project. Building a recreation center for the city of Edmonton can cost upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars. This type of partnership brings many of the advantage to the community at a fraction of the cost to the city of Edmonton. Further, this facility would be a contributor to the property tax base and spark immediate development in the area, expediting the rate of new families building and moving to Northeast Edmonton. As part of item 6.7, I asked the committee to proceed with a motion to include this exciting project in the budget discussions scheduled for the upcoming weeks. I also ask that you view this project outside of the wards you were elected in and for the city as a whole. We have support from groups representing hundreds of thousands of Edmonton residents who support this project. To conclude, I'd like to share a quote with you by Edward Glosner, who famously said, "Great cities are not static. They constantly change and take the world along with them." So please support me in continuing to make Edmonton a great place to live, work, and play. And trust me, we will make the world notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mami. Moving on now to Lisa Grant. Lisa Grant, you have your 5 minutes.
Thank you, everyone, for letting me speak today. I'm the Executive Director of Alberta Soccer Association, and Alberta Soccer supports this facility for the access that it will give to the North Edmonton residents, as well as many Albertans. Soccer is transitioning from more areas playing unboarded soccer versus boarded soccer, and Edmonton really lacks these type of facilities. When we don't have the facilities to hold events or tryouts for provincial teams, it puts additional financial barriers on the players and families, and sometimes eliminates the low-income families of even taking part in their teams, and they're not chosen based on talent. Another barrier, if the facilities are not in the regular area of the residents, is just the transportation. If they're low-income families and both parents are working, transportation and access to get to Scottish facilities and other ones that are far away also are barriers to participation at the grassroots level. Having a facility right close to where the youth are living would definitely increase the participation of sports in general. And again, having more access to facilities would give us more opportunities to hold provincials and national events, which would also in turn increase the tourism dollars brought to the Edmonton area. Again, the non-boarded youth soccer is safer for the children and allows more participation. Currently, the ASA office is also fragmented. We are out of the Percy Page. We don't have the capacity to move all our staff into that area. And we would like to move in with the A1 facility. And then we would also be able to operate programs for inner city youth and make them affordable in the facility. And then finally, as we know, we're all getting ready to go to the game tonight. This would also be a great facility to provide training for the 2026 World Cup, because again, Edmonton is short facilities where this is a great opportunity to bring the World Cup to Edmonton in 2026.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Grant. Next, we have Adrian Newman. Adrian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, my name's Adrian Newman. I'm the CEO of Edmonton Soccer Association and have worked with the city over 30 years with the Bill Gillespie Soccer Complex at Henry Singer Park and the 3 indoor soccer centres, which are used not just by soccer, but by ball hockey, as well as lacrosse and inline hockey. Why am I here today? Well, usually I have spoken to council over the past 35 years in support of proposed sport facilities. And it does appear that there are a lot of valuable benefits that arise from this proposed A1 indoor facility project. But I am concerned at the absence of any prior consultation with your long-term partner, Edmonton Soccer. As far back as September 1994, City Council passed a motion that the Edmonton Soccer Association be recognized as the representative body of indoor soccer facilities in Edmonton. And in the past, we were consulted about the Edmonton Soccer Dome and the potential regional field house with St. Albert. At no time has administration evaluated the possible impact of this proposed facility on the viability of operating the 3 existing boarded indoor soccer centres, including the South Indoor Centre expansion, which will be completed next year. League registrations are significantly down for the current 2021-22 indoor season, partially offset by increased availability for practices. This has been caused by COVID. All our total revenues are lower than they were pre-COVID. It has significantly impacted the finances with 2 consecutive winter and spring indoor seasons disrupted with facility closures. And it could take many years before all youth sports participants will return to pre-COVID levels. Some of the approach also seems to have ignored the what was required under the approach to community recreation facility planning that required alternatives to be robustly evaluated. Was the A1 project scored by an administration using the prioritization matrix set out in that document? Our preference is to have full consultation and maybe then go ahead with this project. But we also want you to actively consider the alternatives, such as adding a bubble facilities without boards at the existing Bill Gillespie Soccer Complex at Henry Singer Park, which is in the northwest of the city, perhaps done as a regional project with St. Albert, because their plans for a regional project have taken 5-6 years and gone nowhere so far, and eventually develop a multi-sport field house in the fast-growing suburban southwest, consistent with the approach to recreation facility planning. The current A1 location, I should remind you, is less than 8 kilometers from our East Soccer Centre on Victoria Trail. Finally, I would like Council to reinstate the Community Facility Partner Capital Grant Program that was so unfortunately cancelled due to the financial consequences from COVID. This program provided annual funding between 4 and 7 million to leverage partner funding to develop multiple projects. It had robust eligibility criteria, including the need for a detailed business case and a needs analysis. And perhaps the A1 project could then access that grant program and comply with all its criteria. I am pleased to answer any questions, and go Canada, go tonight. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Did you want I'll pass the chair back to Mayor Sobey.
Oh, thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. So we are going to our speaker number 5, Dallas Smith, right? Okay. Dallas Smith?
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
So I'm Dallas. I'm the interim executive director with the ALA, and I'm here to speak in favor of the A1 facility. The big thing for us coming out of La Crosse is this facility would enable us kind of in two areas. One with regards to grassroots mobilization coming out of COVID, and we think that this facility would offer great benefits to reduce barriers for children, specifically in the North Edmonton area. And secondly, at the high performance level, this facility is very, very interesting to us. La Crosse is in a unique position right now with our inclusion in the Canada Summer Games, and also most recently with the full recognition of the International Olympic Committee. So facilities like this that enable participation throughout the winter months, and specifically the unboarded for our field lacrosse sector, is an area that makes this facility very, very enticing to us. Along with what I said at the grassroots level with reducing barriers and enabling participation coming out of COVID in 2 years where we've struggled to have a full season. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. We'll go next to Ed Charpentier, Edmonton Minor Soccer Association, North Division.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Sorry, I just got into my vehicle. I was pushing out a parent from our parking lot, so just got in, so thank you. Thank you for the time. I just want to reiterate kind of what has been said already in terms of facilities. We don't have these facilities readily available to those that are in the north. I've been a north side guy all my life, and we don't have a facility like they do in the south. There are more south facilities in terms of boarded, non-boarded turf fields than anywhere else. The north side needs something. In speaking with Raj and his group, and having these conversations about how important it is for the kids to be able to have a place to go, and their group is committed to allowing free drop-in soccer, a couple of times a week at their facilities for these kids. We also know that a lot of our higher end players are playing the turf game, non-boarded. The only game in town right now is really, for our association is the Scottish Dome, or the Edmonton Soccer Dome. And with another facility coming up, we're looking at hopefully reduced prices, more availability, and that all comes down to making sure that the registrations are kept low, so we don't so we can reduce some of the barriers that are put in for these kids. We know whenever there's a spike in field rental costs, we have to now transfer all those costs down to the kids, and then we have less kids playing sports. So I really, I've looked at the plans. I've looked at what the impact would be for schools, for academies, for soccer clubs. It would not take away from any of the boarded facilities, I don't believe. I think, and with all the constraints and all the issues that we're having with gym usage at schools, people and kids and clubs need a place to train and practice, so we can continue to elevate our Canada game. And like Mr. Newman said earlier, there's been lots of talk about putting, domes up in St. Albert and other places, and it's been, many, many years. And every year, there's always a delay, and nothing's coming forward. So this group able to do something like this for the soccer community is something that we should all embrace and support in any way that we can. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to Tracy Kosioba. Did I say your name right?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and all persons present. I'm here today representing the Capital District Minor Football Association. Our organization is a registered nonprofit society whose members operate a league to provide the opportunity for youth football teams to play each other in the spirit of friendly competition. Our organization is run on the principle that wherever possible, everyone plays regardless of their ability, gender, race, or financial ability. Our focus is on promoting teamwork, leadership, good sportsmanship, and player development. While we're not soccer, and we don't currently have a formal agreement with the A1 athletic facility, we are here today to reinforce the need for additional safe and accessible field surfaces in the Edmonton area. In 2019, our last regular season before COVID, the Capital District Minor Football Association had 21 member associations and clubs representing 91 teams of players ages 8 to 18. That's approximately 2,000 players. We required a minimum of 700 hours in order to host just regular season games for those teams. This did not include any team practices, playoff games, tournaments, or special events. While the frontline staff at the City of Edmonton attempted to be as accommodating as possible, the lack of available field surfaces in the Edmonton area meant 30% of these regular season games had to be scheduled in other communities. And this ties into what was already suggested of the additional expenses and limiting accessibility for smaller teams and parents who can't afford it. Football can be a growing and thriving sport, creating not only space to play a game, but opportunities for youth to be mentored and to grow into contributing members of our community. Our organization has the potential to grow our programs into year-round opportunities if we have access to both indoor and outdoor facilities. Availability, accessibility, and affordability are determining factors not only for us as organizers, but for the individual families when deciding if our children can participate in sports and activities within our community. With the current shortage of available field spaces, our clubs are forced to limit their field time, holding football practices in less than desirable locations, limit or cancel special events and tournaments, and travel outside the city. This drives up our costs, limits accessibilities for families. Shortages of field spaces hurts both programs, families, and our community as a whole. Simply stated, we need more available field space for football in Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to Conde Mansouri, BTB Soccer Academy.
All right, thanks for having me. My name is Conde Mansouri, founder and technical director at BTB Soccer Academy. And everyone has some good ideas so far, and they've said some good things. So me, I'm just going to speak on based on experiencing the lack of space. Just because as a coach, I'm a technical director. I coach. We're up to 21 teams now in the academy. We started from nothing about 7-8 years ago, and we just been growing, building. And this past COVID year, obviously with no games and all that stuff, we trained a lot, and a lot of our training was out of the foot field and TTC. So there was literally nothing in the north side. So a lot of the kids that we have in our program, I believe about 40% of them are like immigrants. So a lot of the coaches have to drive them. A lot of parents have to try to take them. Some of the kids are taking the train. Sometimes they're taking the train at 10 p.m. to come back home from the south side. So for us, the space, there's not a lot of space on the north side. Like I said, a lot of these immigrant families that we have in our programs, they don't have the resources to even to drive the kids. A lot of them are working 2 jobs, 3 jobs. So a lot of these kids, they depend to go to these trainings and these games by themselves. And I think, and our program is based on the north side. Around 90% of the kids are from the north side. Yeah, so like a program like this, a facility like this is going to help a lot when it comes to the accessibility for the kids can just take a bus to just go there, take a train to go there, and it's not going to take too long. Also, I think yeah, like we have some high performance programs also. Maybe some people don't know here, but we have Alfonso Davis that's a part of our academy that believes in what we want to do, and he sees a lot of talented players in our academy. And I think some of these talented players they need a home, right? They need a place to train. They need a place to consistently feel welcome. Speaking with Raj and the type of programs that he wanted to make sure it's available for this type of kids, it's priceless. Yeah, something like this is very, very needed in the north side. I know there's a story that's going around that the Mexican team went to go train at Scottish, and Scottish wasn't available. I think Scottish is booked 100%. So yeah, something in the north side, some academy like us, we're not able to use Scottish. Even if you email them, whatever, we're not able to use it just because they're so booked. I think something in the north side is going to allow programs like us and many other academies, clubs, and community programs. I have some friends that run the Fiji League, that run different type of leagues for the communities, that they'll love to use this facility just because it's in the north side where they're all based. Yeah, I think something like this is needed. Like I said, I live it every day, driving kids, picking up kids, 4 or 5 kids in my car, just to go to the foot field or to TTC to go train, right? I think we rent TTC 7 days a week, right? Our kids are there 5 days a week doing fitness training. And on the weekends, we have to rent there at 7 a.m., right? Just because we can't find anything else, we have to train from 7 a.m. To 10 a.m. and they'll go home or they'll go to a game after training. For me, it's not recommended to train and go to a game after that. But because there's no space, we have to make it work to make sure the kids are on the field. Like I said, 7 days a week we're at TTC, and starting January we're going to be at Footfield, right? So we're literally traveling lots of times during the week, right? So I think this facility is going to help cut that down and provide a place for the kids in the north side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, maybe just only questions only if there are any, answers only if there are any questions. That's Jaco Irwi. You're not making any presentation, right? Only here to answer questions, right? Okay. Got it. We do have additional speaker, Kyle Smith, Edmonton Sports and Social Club, on behalf of Kimiko Pocha.
Hello. Yes, thanks for having me here today. Our organization, the Edmonton Sport and Social Club, is in favor of the construction of the A1 Premium facility. I'm the director of operations at the Edmonton Sport and Social Club, and I've obviously heard a lot of perspectives on this facility. I've talked with Raj at length on its construction several months ago, and I think I'm in the adult perspective on this. Our organization only offers sports for adults. We host 5,000 teams per year, with a large chunk of those sports being from indoor and especially indoor soccer. A lot of the different facilities have already been discussed. TTC, Sports TC, Turf Central, Victoria, the Dome, Commonwealth. We use them all. And we to capacity, and our registration numbers, as I'm sure, and I've already heard from all other groups, registration numbers are very typically confined because of the space that is available. And so having this additional facility, especially on the north side, a lot of the facilities that I've mentioned are all on that south side, especially all in combination with some of the Edmonton soccer centers. So I think the addition of this facility to the existing lineup would be huge, not only for our program and other existing adult programs, but definitely the youth programs within the city. This would be a huge, lift a huge burden off of them to give them some additional space to play, practice, and develop. One other thing that I do want to mention is, again, because of the nature of our business, we offer over 15 different sports. Indoor turf soccer is one of the most expensive indoor sports that we offer, and it is 100% because of the facility cost, and the facility cost is so high because it is so hard to come by. So adding this in, as well as other facilities of a similar nature, I hope does drive that registration cost down overall, so that we can further decrease that barrier to entry for indoor soccer to all Edmontonians. Thanks for inviting me to chat, to talk, and I'll pass it on to whoever's next.
Thank you so much for being here. So we have concluded the list of the speakers. Does committee members and council members have any questions to the speakers? Okay, if you could, Councillor Rutherford, you want to go first? Go ahead.
So I have a few questions. First, I'll go to Raj. How, with all of these people that are supporting and the need for field time, how will A1 prioritize the demand that seems to already exceed the space?
Great question, Ms. Rutherford. Thank you for that. How are we going to prioritize this? It's going to be a very difficult task. For example, we have in those two domes, being the winter city that this is, we only have 368 hours available in booking time, which is reasonable booking time based on the terms and conditions that we're working out with Edmonton, or with the City of Edmonton rec facilities. In those 368 hours in those two domes that are available, we have well over 2,200 hours of demand. So what that means is we could, in essence, build 7 domes, 8 domes, and we could still be full. But budget constraints, times, that's very tough to do. We do have 50 acres of land in excess 25 acres after this 21 acres of the 50-acre parcel is used. So we can consider that in the future. But what we're trying to do, Ms. Rutherford, is we're trying to solve a little bit of that bottleneck that is created. And all the community leagues and all the associations are looking for time, how we're going to go ahead and who we're going to give the time to. We're not looking to give it all to soccer or all to football or all to lacrosse. We're looking to have an equal mix so everybody can play from every ward. Every association can come in and have an equal opportunity to train and develop their youth. So that is one thing that we've instructed our personnel to really look at the plan and not just have one association come in and say, I will take all 10,000 hours. Because then we're really shutting the door on everyone else who has the problem. We're not really solving anything. So we really want to work with the community leagues because they're right in the area. Football, as Tracy has spoke about, they're looking for space, and soccer. So if we can kind of marry everyone equally, we can take a little dent out of that problem.
Thank you. And my other question for you, Raj, and then I do have one, if I don't get to it this round, for Adrian as well. Can you speak, in the report it talks about agreements and sort of a draft terms and conditions for an agreement. Can you speak to some of the benefits that are highlighted within that agreement for the city in terms of the investment of $5 million?
Well, the benefit, I don't know if I can speak specifically on the terms of the draft because it is just that right now at this stage. It's a draft until it gets to budget. And obviously the City of Edmonton's legal will have to review that. So out of respect for the City of Edmonton and their legal department, I would wait till they come up with a more concrete agreement that you would get upon your desk first and foremost. But how it would benefit the City of Edmonton is the problem exists. We all know it. Community leagues and all associations are asking in every ward for times and facilities to be built. It would cost the city at least $100 million to put something like this together. And we're asking for a contribution so we can at least solve this bottleneck in the amount of 5/100ths of the amount it would cost you to put it together yourself. So I think the agreement that the city's placing in front of us in the draft form is that to maintain access for community for 10 years, that's been agreed upon by everybody. There's a few other stipulations regarding reporting and this and that we have no problem with, and to make sure that it is accessible transportation-wise. We're providing a transportation shuttle from Clairview Station because the LRT in Gorman isn't built yet. That's coming in the next 7 years. So we're trying to do our best as a private facility to help everybody. But we're also asking for a little bit of assistance because the community's crying out loud for this. Rightfully so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thanks to all the speakers for coming out today and sharing your perspectives. Mr. Mami, I'll just keep you front and center with a couple quick questions as well. So I understand in terms of project timing, you are currently putting in submissions for subdivision and development permits. I was just wondering if you could talk me through the contingencies around the funding in terms of, do you need the funding to proceed to a building permit stage? Do you need the funding to secure other financing? Just tell me a little bit more about when you need certainty on that $5 million.
Sure. Subdivision application is in. It's being looked at by Clarence Wong and his team at the City of Edmonton. They've been great and very helpful, and they're in communication with our team regularly. Stantec's involved in that process. The development permit is just being prepared as we currently speak. We're just ironing out some details, and Imai at the City of Edmonton and the liaison group, Carmen Christie, have been great to work with Kim Petrin's direction. So we're really enjoying that process. Of course, that's a process. To answer the question, the $5 million, why it's needed, is we can go ahead and raise the $5 million privately. If we raise the $5 million privately, you heard the speakers today on the panel say access is very important to them. That's one of the number one reasons. Number two would be cost. With another $5 million that's brought in privately, it takes away the ability for us to maintain a cost savings for a community. It's going to raise the field price. Right now on this structure and the way that we've structured overall our model, we have it as the cheapest full field dome rental for either football or soccer in the city. Our pricing is cheaper than everybody else, including the City of Edmonton, for the outdoor fields. So having said that, our model caters to what the community is asking for with that $5 million contribution. We originally asked for $7 million, but we worked with the city and rec services and we reduced it down to $5 million, and we kind of tweaked this, but we have a lot of systems in place, like a kids fund that we're starting. We enacted our Shop Now button on our website, which all the profits from that clothing sale goes to our kid fund to help people buy cleats or opportunity to pay registration fees. And we haven't even built the facility, and we have $11,800 in that kids fund. So we're really excited. So the $5 million is going to be mainly for access. We don't need to pay subdivision or development permit or any permits. We're paying those based on the funding model that we've already created. It's just an access model.
Great. So just so I understand, as we're thinking about different options and opportunities, so we could achieve a similar outcome from the $5 million capital investment, let's say, and again, just to throw ideas around, but through an operating subsidy, or there could be other approaches. What I'm hearing from you is that $5 million is really about hitting that price point rather than sort of like overall project viability. You could build the facility without that $5 million, but you wouldn't be able to offer it at affordable rates.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And just quickly, I'll jump to Mr. Newman. Just had a really quick question. I appreciated, you mentioned a community facility enhancement grant program. Is that the provincial one that you were referencing?
No, I'm talking about the city program that was cancelled during COVID.
Okay.
That was, there used to be a 5 to 7 million a year that was set aside and groups would apply for it. And it was, had to be very rigorously reviewed. And it was a very good program, but unfortunately it suffered from COVID.
Great. Yeah, I'll follow up with administration on that program. And just wondering, you mentioned some of the alternatives, other locations where a dome could be placed. I'm just wondering, what the cost of those would be, and if the Edmonton Soccer Association has identified some capital to bring those facilities to reality.
Yeah, I mean, the one we're talking about, which we have for a long time with the city, was to do something at Henry Singer Park at the Bill Gillespie Soccer Complex. And if we were to just take away a grass field and put a dome structure a little bit smaller, but similar to what the Scottish Dome is, then all in, we're told it would probably cost around $6 million. Now, that's got to be confirmed, of course, but in the long run, that would create an opportunity for us to access some funding from the city to operate it at no cost to the city like we do already on all of our facilities, and potentially maybe fund it through a loan as well, depending on the revenue forecasts and so on. So no, we just want the land to be identified. Ivor Dent Sports Park was also considered, and to date the city has indicated it's more not really a winter facility. So, and then there's St. Albert, which you have a memorandum of understanding between the two city councils to build a regional place in the northwest of town. And St. Albert wanted it in St. Albert, and it would involve a contribution of land from Edmonton, but it didn't happen, and they keep changing where they want it. So there is the chance of St. Albert contributing to whatever we did. If we did it in the northwest, it's very close. We're 5 minutes away from St. Albert. That's definitely another possibility. So that's hopefully that addresses your question.
Maybe just a bit of clarity if there's any capital that's been identified and is available for those different opportunities.
Well, we've always contributed some capital, but most of our contributions are by taking over and running facilities on city land at no cost to the city. That's how our financial models have worked in the past. We've always contributed some capital up front, but to be clear, right now, our capital has been depleted by the impacts of COVID on the soccer center's capital reserves. We used to be over $1 million, well over, and we're down to under 200,000. So we need some time to rebuild. Now, within the next few years, some of the old soccer centers will become debt-free, and that will free up some more money that can service more debt and so on, and allow maybe a bigger capital contribution.
Great. Sorry, I've gone over my time.
Thank you so much. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, Mr. Mami, some quick questions for you. So, quick answers, please. You've got an agreement, or a potential agreement with the city. I want to know if there's some of these if there's some contingencies in that agreement. Are you still with us? I don't see you.
Yes.
Okay. The facility needs to meet a particular standard. It's got to meet code. Yes?
Yes.
Building code. It's got to be safe.
Yes.
It's got to be clean.
Yes.
Your funding model assumes that where we have low-income access to recreation centers, you're going to be able to maintain that. You're going to meet that agreement and that threshold and that goal. Yes?
Yes.
What happens if your business model fails? So we put $5 million in, and in a couple of years, it's not working anymore. What happens?
Well, we have contingencies in place. Like, I mean, the $5 million that's coming in is assisting. The city is protected through the legal documents on our bank. Obviously, we'll have a letter of credit placed aside, and there'll be some legal parameters that we have to maintain everything that's in the agreement that the city's written ahead. And we would have to pay that back. There's a payback clause in there if everything is not met by certain percentages over certain time periods.
And the time period is roughly 10 years for that, is that right?
Correct.
I'm drawing a blank. I thought I had another question. Oh, I did. You're shovel ready.
We've cleared off all the topsoil on the land. We've started as much as we can do because the development process permit is in. So we're done everything that we can without the permit, and now we're waiting for the permit. So we're ready on clay. All we have to do is start trenching for pipe. But as you saw the snowfall outside, that kind of made me take the dozers off site. But we're ready to be up and going. 6 weeks for the domes, 6 weeks for the turf, 7 months for the 33,000 square foot facility, which is a precast facility. I'm trying to answer really quick for you.
Yep.
And we're hoping to be up for August, September registrations for all of the district minor football and soccer and lacrosse and everybody that's interested.
So if committee agreed to move this forward to the budget conversations coming up in the next few weeks, and there's a lot of ifs here, Mr. Mami, so I'm not presuming anything, but if it was then approved to forward this $5 million towards the project, you can have kids playing in your facility in September, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, do you have anything at all that approaches that timeline? With capital, without capital?
No.
Okay.
No.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. My questions are more for administrations. Should I?
Yes, let's wait till
Okay.
once we are through the.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I do have a couple of questions to you, Mr. Mami, on if I understand correctly, the $5 million that the contribution from the city will help you reduce the fees for public access for people who might otherwise might find it unaffordable for them to use the facility.
The business case that was presented to the city of Edmonton, it keeps everything in line so that we can maintain all of our financial commitments with the $5 million contribution from the city. To explain it and break it down, it's a $32 million build. $5 million comes from the city of Edmonton. $3 million comes from EPCOR. $24 million loan. We've already spent $2 million on the project, so it was total 34 and some change, and the remainder is on a loan.
Okay. So do you know what the difference be if you're not given this $5 million? How much would you charge to the user? Like, what would that discount be if $5 million is given to you? What is the price difference between the fees that you would regularly charge or than you would charge if the $5 million is given?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a tough question to answer because it changes a lot of our business model and our approach to being a community-first facility, which is what we started this entire process for, is to assist the community in a whole. If we go and seek out private money, private lenders are going to want a certain amount of operational direction on how this is ran. Therefore, we can't go ahead and do this and do that. They're interested more in usually the bottom line, bringing back a return on their dollar rather than we take a less return and contribute to low-income families with a contribution from the city. So it changes our overall model. And to answer your question on how much would it be, it's very tough, but it's going to go up from the just under $600 an hour to rent the entire dome. It probably another $100, maybe $150 in line with what the other facilities are charging.
Okay.
We're trying to do everything lower.
Got it. And on the contribution, if you're upfronting all the cost for servicing, permits and everything else, would the $5 million be spent at the end of the construction period or as part of the overall financing model that you're building?
The overall financing model.
Okay, got it. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Wright, you want to go to administration, right? Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your presentation, and thank you for making time, and thank you for waiting through the committee proceedings to get to the agenda item. Appreciate it. You can still listen in to the rest of the conversation if you wish to do so. Okay.
Mr. Chair, as a point of order, I'm looking at our time with 20 minutes to go and already seeing 3 speakers on the board with 3 items after this that require decisions. One of the reports I know we can move off, the bridge renewal, but everything else needs to actually have a decision. So I'm just wondering if we should maybe do our agenda management now before going into speakers, so we're not left scrambling a few minutes before 5 to figure it out.
Good point, sir. Okay, so we have 6.2 we haven't dealt with yet, right? And okay, tell me 6.2, is it, how critical that is to be a decision to be made today?
If 6.2 is
Yes,
essential.
Crystal is not,
Yeah, it is essential, Mr. Mayor.
It is essential?
That decision gets made for that one,
okay,
definitely.
okay, and 6.3?
We can move that one. I was chatting with Mr. Laughlin. That doesn't need to be discussed today. It's just
So
an
we can
information.
shift it to the next meeting?
Yeah.
And then 6.7, that's what we're dealing with now, and 6.8,
6.8 is important that we get that one done before year end as well.
okay. And 6.10, the annexation, taxation.
That one I'm not sure about. Is Stacy on the call?
Mr. Mayor, it's a cancellation of a small amount of taxes or penalties. We can delay if necessary, but it just means that those checks would go out later.
Okay. And 9.1 we done. So, and how critical is decision on this item to be made today, or direction? Like you, this is for information only, right? You're going to continue to develop.
If council wants to pursue this, they would have to make a motion. It's a fairly straightforward, that we prepare a unfunded service package for your consideration.
As part of the budget.
During the budget, but we need, that would have to be a motion that.
So 3 decisions needs to be made today. This one, the Homeward Trust and the 6.2, right? Rapid housing.
The
No,
Home
sorry.
Trust one could wait until later in the year, but we need that agreement before year end.
Okay. Okay, so we have 20 minutes. Any suggestion how we proceed? Andrew, you're expert on this?
No, I was thinking if this could be sent up to council, I know there's been a few folks thinking about potential motions, so I don't want to rush questions of administration, but if there are folks who have motions, maybe just putting it on the floor and we could ask those questions at the budget meeting.
I think that's a good idea. So Aaron, I think you do have a motion, or like?
Yeah, I would like to put the motion on the floor that admin return with a funding package for debate as part of the
Unfunded package.
unfunded package, sorry, for debate with the budget adjustment. Is that correct motion?
Yeah, and then we can debate that at the next council meeting, or?
During the budget discussions, you can debate it and ask questions.
So, but how do we have questions at the next council meeting on this item? What would that, then we would have to refer to the. At budget, okay, we'll ask questions at budget. It's unfunded package anyways, right? So,
It would be an unfunded package, and then you can drill into it, and we can respond to your questions at that time.
is everyone okay with it? That we,
Could we just take a moment here, Mr. Mayor? We just need to confirm some procedure.
okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
While that's coming up, Mr. Mayor, I would also add that sometimes what we do in these situations is councilors are also free to just ask general questions of administration, and they'll usually send out a response to all councilors.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just to confirm, this is for item 6.7?
Yes.
Thank you.
So item 6.7, Councillor Rutherford has a motion that unfunded budget package be developed in relations to this, and that at budget time we can debate this. That's my understanding, right? Is committee members cool with that? So can we please vote on Councillor Rutherford's motion? It's okay. Type it as fast as you can. There you go. There's so funding strategies, 11 administration, 6.7. Oh, that's not what motion doesn't say that. So unfunded service package to fall supplemental couple. You can figure
We'll
figure out
correct
the
it.
wording, right?
Yeah, we'll correct
So please, basically what we're sending this over for discussion as an unfunded package during the budget. So please vote.
And I just want to say with admin, I will be putting out an email and then with some questions that I would like circulated to all council regarding this, so I will do that email.
That would get information out to council, sure.
Good. Has everyone voted?
We have the votes. Thank you.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Good, thank you. And we can ask questions at that time. All right, so,
I can move to bring 6.3 forward to refer it.
okay, please vote to bring 6.3 forward to vote to be referred to the next executive committee meeting.
We have the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
And I'll move to refer items 6.3 to the next committee meeting, which is January something.
January 19.
Thank you.
So
That one.
commit this 6.3 bridge renewal program, January 13th, you said? 19th, executive committee. Please vote. So this will come to us
It's just
on the
coming up.
19th,
It's just
on the
taking a moment.
19th. No. Yes. Okay, now we can vote.
We have the votes.
Display the vote, please. That is carried.
I pulled item 610 off, so I'm comfortable. My question was just minor, so I'm comfortable with.
Can you move the item then, please?
Yeah.
610.
Move it as read, so,
You're moving the recommendation.
yeah, so I move the recommendation on item 6.10.
Okay, this is basically tax write-off for portion of the property taxes for annexed lands. And if there are bigger questions on this, we will have plenty of opportunities to talk about those, Councillor Rice. If there are bigger questions on the overall annexed land, we will have more opportunities to ask those questions. We just want to make sure this is done with that, people get a check back for the property taxes for that property.
Yeah, and this is just a recommendation for it to go to council, so there'll still be time at council.
We can talk at council as well. Good, okay. All right, please vote.
We have the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Okay. That was so efficient. Okay, now we have 2 items left, right? 6.3,
Or 6.2?
6.2, sorry,
sorry,
6.2, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of privilege, I am going to absent myself for this item. I helped prepare the funding application for this, so don't feel that I can.
So
make
what
any
time is it
official
now?
decision.
What time is it? So why don't we bring forward the 6.8, deal with that, then you can leave, because you don't have to come
You're
back.
very kind, but I'm sticking around for the soccer game though, so we can just proceed with 6.2.
Okay, good, okay, all right. Okay, all right, 6.2. You're going to step out, right? Councillor Stevenson? Okay.
And if we're, and I don't want to discourage us from getting presentations, but assuming we are going to, then I would move to extend orders, because I imagine the presentation will take a few minutes.
It will, it's probably 10-minute presentation.
Okay, so, I mean,
Okay, extend
while
the-
I don't think I need a presentation, I imagine most new members of council might want one.
Yeah.
We
If
do
you could
need
make
one.
it quicker one.
If there's somebody that
Quicker
wants one, then I'm going to move to extend
Okay.
orders, just to finish.
To
the
finish
agenda.
these 2 items?
Yeah.
So we extending the orders of the day to finish these 2 items. So please vote.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That's carried. Thank you so much. So over to you, and would appreciate if you can condense the presentation as, I mean, still don't lose the content and the information. But
Message received,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just very quickly then, just to introduce, Jackie and Crystal are here. We also have a colleague from Legal Services, Jennifer Little, but also very importantly for committee, Carola Cunningham from Niganan Housing, and Dean Kerperwet, regional, Chief Regional Officer from Mustard Seed, are part of our delegation, so there may be questions to those folks. So we are here today to request committee's approval of 2 affordable housing agreements related to 2 hotel conversions, jointly funded by the city and the Rapid Housing Initiative administered by CMHC. The conversion work at the hotels would create between 125 and 138 units of supportive housing. And I'll pass it over to Colton Kursab, works as our manager of affordable housing and project development. So Colton is going to walk through committee through the slides, and I think Colton heard the trying to expedite the presentation. So Colton,
I sure did.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
we can hear you.
All right, next slide, please. So thank you, Rob, and greetings, committee members. I will limit myself to the same time you guys have. In July of 2021, City Council, it was announced the city would receive $14.9 million through CMHC to create a minimum of 68 units of new permanent supportive housing, permanent affordable housing. In August of this year, Council approved an updated housing investment plan. The housing investment plan serves as the city's application to Rapid Housing Initiative for funding. The plan proposed that these funds would be used to support 2 non-market housing providers to purchase and convert 2 hotels into supportive housing with self-contained apartment units on site. Social supports would also be included at each site. Rapid Housing Initiative projects have to meet a strict set of project criteria. They must be rapid, that is open within 6 to 12 months. They may only involve the conversion of existing buildings, or if the new construction, modular buildings. And in these instances, the existing buildings that would be converted are 2 hotels, so they qualify. The projects also must result in the creation of permanent homes that provide long-term residency using a housing-first approach. Next slide, please. In addition to allocating the $14.9 million of Rapid Housing Initiative funding in August of this year, City Council also approved a city-funded allocation of $6.7 million from the city's housing reserve to go towards these two projects. The city funding ensures that 2 hotel conversions can be supported rather than a single conversion project. The investment in 2 medium-sized hotel conversions will significantly exceed CMHC's minimum target of creating 68 new units of affordable housing. Converting the Sands Hotel and University Avenue Days Inn will create an immediate an immediate 125 units of much needed supportive housing in our city, with the potential of a further 13 units of housing later on, for a total of 138 units of supportive housing. These projects are examples of the Housing First model, developed in New York City but since adapted for Canadian context. Housing First was developed in response to an over-reliance on emergency shelters, which caused dramatic increases to the number of people experiencing homelessness on our streets. In 2008, the Government of Canada invested $110 million in the largest study of Housing First ever conducted. It was called the At Home Chez Soi Project, and this rigorous study found that the Housing First model is not only highly effective at rapidly ending homelessness, but significant cost savings can be seen by implementing Housing First. Next slide, please. The first project is Niganan Housing Ventures, an experienced Indigenous housing operator, proposes to convert the Sands Hotel to 53 units of self-contained apartments for individuals who are experiencing or are at risk of homelessness. All 53 units will focus on supports for Indigenous people, with 15 units focused on supporting Indigenous women. In addition to the self-contained apartments created, the renovations will also provide common kitchen for shared meals, as well as space for ceremony, conversations with elders, and social gatherings. Programming will include 24/7 support for residents with on-site services, including independent living support workers and a housing manager to oversee operations. Programming, including the Indigenous elder, will also provide spiritual guidance, cultural supports, and facilitate community outreach. Per attachment 1 of the report, the subsidy funding affordable housing agreement for this project will amount to a maximum of $10.7 million. Next slide, please. The second project is the Mustard Seed Foundation's proposal to convert University Avenue Days Inn to provide at least 72 and up to 85 apartments that will serve as supportive housing for individuals with a history of chronic or episodic homelessness and who have barriers to maintaining independent housing. The operator has committed to ensuring a distribution of units towards tenants who are Indigenous and women. The operations of the building will include 24/7 on-site tenancy, management support, and wraparound services designed to promote wellness and foster independent living. Per attachment 1 of the report, the subsidy funding affordable housing agreement for this project will amount to a maximum of $10.8 million. Provision of the initial 72 units will satisfy the requirements of the Rapid Housing Initiative, while city funding for the conversion of 13 more apartments to reach the 85-unit total is contingent upon a future text amendment application to the property's DC1 zoning that would enable the conversion of the 13 ground floor hotel rooms into apartments. The text amendment will be brought forward for City Council's consideration and debate at a future public hearing. Next slide, please. So in summary, we have a list of next steps, which include Council's approval of the 2 funding agreements attached to the report presented today. Committee's approval. It's actually within committee's delegated authority. Administration would proceed to enter into affordable housing agreements with the intermediary non-market housing providers, Mustard Seed Foundation and Niganan Housing Ventures. The non-market housing operators will continue the already started information sharing with nearby residents and businesses. The housing partners would then undertake renovation and conversion work at these properties, and public engagement activities will continue throughout this time, which will lead to the completion of good neighbor plans for each property prior to operations commencing in spring of 2022. Phased move-in of residents would start as soon as the first units are converted, and the projects would be completed in the spring of 2022, and the final phase of residents would move in at that time. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll go to questions now to committee members. Or you have any concluding comments, Crystal, or anyone else? Right? No? Good, okay.
No, we can go right to questions.
Okay, we'll go to committee. Okay, I'm just seeing the list appear here. Who wants to go first? While you're waiting, I can go first if you want me to. Sure. Okay. Huh? Yeah, okay. So my big question, main question is, I understand that 60% of the people who experience houselessness in Edmonton come from indigenous communities, right? And we don't have any indigenous-led shelters in the city. I understand this is the only one of the 5 or 6 agreements that we'll be signing under the rapid housing. It was just one of 2, but there was additional money or previous money that was given by the federal government, and this is the only one indigenous-led one of them, right? Am I right on that?
So if this committee approves this, then there'll be 7 projects total funded under rapid housing,
Yeah.
and 2 of them will be for Niganan Housing Ventures.
Okay.
So one is the MacArthur site,
Yeah.
and then one is for this Sands Hotel. And then the other first 4 sites are still open. There's an RFP process.
Okay.
Being undertaken by Home Right Trust, and they're taking additional steps to try and include Indigenous operators in those 4.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Good. I'm glad that we're moving in that direction, because people experiencing historical trauma, residential schools trauma, they need cultural support and cultural access to elders and everything else, which is sometimes not available in housing and shelters run by traditional other non-Indigenous organizations.
That's correct. And actually, I would also add, Mr. Mayor, and Colton, you can weigh in here, but a number of these units, because the federal funding for the Rapid Housing Initiative requires us to prioritize target populations. And so a number of the units in these projects, and Colton, I'll let you jump in with the specific number, are being prioritized for people who are Indigenous as well.
I know some at the second place, that the second building run by Mustard Seed will have 32 Indigenous units, right, per Indigenous client, people use. But again, would the services be there? How much involvement from Indigenous elders and Indigenous cultural practices will be available at the Mustard Seed place?
Perhaps we could ask the representative from Mustard Seed. Dean, do you want to reflect on that question from the mayor?
Yeah, happy to answer that, Mayor Sohi and the rest of the committee. We have Indigenous staff that will be engaged with Indigenous clients around Indigenous practices. We also have great partnerships with Bentaro, as well as the Edmonton Native Healing Center, to provide additional Indigenous supports. So we feel comfortable and confident that we can provide the cultural supports that are necessary and that Indigenous people are looking for.
Okay, I'm glad to hear all these conversations happening, and I really want to stress this point, right? So that's the question. That's the only question I have. This is a great program, absolutely. This is the kind of long-term solutions that we need to be funding and working together. So I'll go to the rest of the committee members. I'll go to Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is about, by looking at the report here, the agreement, the term of the agreement should be 40 years. Can you explain more about this for these 2 projects?
Yes, I could speak to that. The term of the agreement is 40 years because that is a requirement of Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation.
And I can jump in as well. The 40-year term as well represents a maximum term that the city has under the charter rights of the Municipal Government Act for a term for affordable housing agreement. So we're actually getting the maximum term that we're allowed under legislation.
Okay. Thank you. And for the city's contribution for these two projects is $6.7 million. And for this amount is only for from the budget and 2019 to 2020, or is ongoing and then contribution annually?
That would be for one-time funding. That's a capital contribution one-time.
So only one time only.
That's right.
Okay, so these two projects and in total is like the $21 million. So this $21 million is one time and is not like paid out on the multiple years.
That's correct, Councillor. The operating responsibility then would fall to the operator. This is one-time, basically acquisition and renovation costs.
So this is under capital budget and then for the last budget circle, right?
Except for when we do grants to providers, it's an operating expense because it's not being invested in a city-owned capital asset.
Okay.
But it is a capital expense that we are using
Is
the grant with the operating budget. Yeah, from the operating
capital
budget.
expenses, but we use the operating.
That's right.
Operating revenue.
That's right, because we're giving it to a third-party provider.
So, and based on that purpose, which category is this for then? And because I look at the city's budgeting expenditure category, which category? And we have like a community service and attraction, we have public transit, we have policy, or we have police services, which category? And this $6.7 million and fall under.
So, and I don't know if anyone on finance wants to speak more precisely to this, but what it is it's funding that's transferred from the Affordable Housing Reserve. So we have a reserve account that's used for affordable housing expenses, and that funding was approved earlier this year to be transferred from reserve to the social development base budget. So we'll be using the social development budget to fund these agreements.
For the social development budget and transfer to this.
Yeah, it's transferred from our branch budget to the third-party operators.
Okay, so I think for this round, that is my question, and then I may have question later.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
Hi there. My question was already answered. I was going to ask about the 40-year contract or agreement, and they've already answered the question, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, and yeah, we definitely heard about the just incredible need for permanent supportive housing this morning, so just wanted to reflect that this is the type of systemic solution we're really looking for. And yeah, just one question. I know you mentioned public engagement for the Good Neighbor Plan, and just wondering, when that engagement is occurring, is that, and again, I'm not overly familiar with that process, is that a collaborative conversation around how can we ensure that this is a really beneficial project for everyone in the neighborhood? Is there opportunities for input? I know I was getting some inquiries, just for example, some residents would love to see like a picnic table on site, kind of an area for residents to hang out. Is that where those conversations would be housed?
Maybe like Colton, can you weigh in on the Good Neighbor policy or approach?
Certainly, Mr. Smythe. So the Good Neighbor policy approach does give us an opportunity to have a conversation like that, Councillor Salvador. The process we're at right now is just information sharing about the fact that the projects are starting and that there is an engagement component around building that Good Neighbor Plan. Because there's not a lot of changes to these particular buildings, it will be restricted to sort of like, conversations around what are the smaller additions that may or may not be possible. But really the conversations are meant for us to understand what communities' concerns are, and then to take that away and think about how we can respond to those. And then also offer transparency around who is operating the building and providing an issue resolution process.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for that answer, and yeah, very, very supportive of this ongoing work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just building on the Mayor's question about Indigenous-led organizations or projects, I understand that there's been some talks with Métis Housing, but there's been some stumbling blocks because they cater pretty much exclusively to Métis people. I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
So I believe what you're referring to, Councillor Paquette, is that the copter regulation of the government of Alberta prevents, basically specifies that if you make your housing specific to a certain group and not the general public, you're not seen to be a charitable benefit. I think, so there's actually a report coming on this in Q1 back to committee. There's one on tax exemptions where administration has done sort of a deep dive into the issues and will be proposing some solutions. So that's coming
Okay.
Q1.
So we may get some movement on there and a little bit of give and take from all interested parties.
That's correct. Yeah, that report will have more fulsome analysis and present some options for, or well, it's an information report, but council will be able to use that information to, direct further action if it so wishes.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, because I can see the stumbling block there. I can also see the reasons why on all sides of the conversation, especially given historical context and the issues of marginalization, institutional racism, colonization, and how now that we're all moving forward together, there are some friction points that were caused by history, and I'm assuming all of that's going to be addressed in the report.
Yes, the context will be provided for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And the other question, I guess, would be capacity. Is the reason that we only see one provider? Is that just due to capacity, like not being able to actually find any other partners?
So there is currently only one Indigenous-led provider that is operating supportive housing in Edmonton, and that is a challenge for sure. But it's not one that's insurmountable. And I know, and we actually have a memo coming to council in response to the orientation questions, because the mayor did raise this at orientation with more information about steps that Homeward Trust is taking to encourage and incentivize additional Indigenous-led agencies to move into delivering supportive housing.
Okay, so is that memo in the upcoming report? Are those going to be aligned, or are we expecting them at different times?
The memo is imminent. So I think in the next, before the holiday, and the taxation exemption report is coming in Q1.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. That's very nice to know that you listen carefully what we say. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Rice.
Thank you. One more question. Through the reports, and we are talking about operating supports. They said we will continue to provide operating supports, and through the conversation with the CMHC and at each site. So my question is about, is there any more cost and for this, or cost associated, or is there more funding requested for the further operational supports?
That's a great question. So Councillor Rice and Mr. Kearsop, feel free to jump in as well, but I'll start. So the models that were proposed to us have been presented as self-sustaining, so they can be self-funded without the need for additional operating supports. But that means that they're serving the individuals with the lowest complexity of need or the lowest acuity. And so we have asked the Government of Alberta to provide additional operating support via Homeward Trust to these units as well as the first 5, because we really want to ensure that all supportive housing units are prioritized for those who need it the most. But we can't do that without additional operating support to increase the level of on-site supports.
Is there any information come back from our request to the provincial government for this support?
Mr. Corbould mentioned earlier, and I think the mayor as well mentioned that there was some positive comments made in the meeting with the minister about a willingness to work together on supportive housing. So those requests would fall within that context.
Maybe we could also just ask the operators to if they have any other further comments. Ms. Cunningham, do you want to jump in on that question a little bit? Just in terms of the operation of your facility?
Sure. Well, we do have some support from AHS coming towards this initiative. it's shared through Ambrose and Omamu Wangugamik, our other housing place. Plus, some of the tenants that will live there will be able to access AISH and income supports for helping pay the rent.
Thanks very much. Dean, do you want any other thoughts on that question, Dean?
No, I think my colleague Corolla handled that well. Nothing really more to add other than, we'll continue to do our best to help clients maintain their housing.
And if I could just offer, the operating plans and budgets of each application were carefully scrutinized by the city and reviewed by CMHC. We wouldn't be before you if we had any significant doubts about their capabilities. But there definitely are opportunities to enhance these operations and provide those deeper supports, and that's why conversations are ongoing.
Okay, so I'm looking forward for the ongoing conversation, and because that is the same importance as we build this site. And otherwise, and we cannot just in the good condition and to operate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that's it for questions.
I can make the motion.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford, you want to move the recommendation?
Yeah, I move the recommendation on item 6.2.
Good. All right, so we have our recommendation in front of the committee. Thank you for all the good work you're doing, and this is great. Nice to see more supportive housing being built in the city and working toward more sustained, permanent solutions to the housing crisis that we are facing. And thank you for all the good work you're doing. Yeah. So please vote.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you.
Can we get, is Councillor Stevenson just in the back? Oh, there, okay.
Okay, 6.8.
We'll just get our partner Susan McGee, Chief Executive Officer of Homer Trust, to join our delegation. Mr. Mayor, and just to respect the time, we could go right to questions. The report is fairly straightforward. We do have a couple of speaking notes, but I think
This is just the renewal of the ongoing operational agreement, right?
Exactly what it is,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sure. Does committee need a presentation on this? If not, we can directly go to, hi, Susan, nice to see you. Yeah. I don't see any hands up for presentation, so maybe we can go directly to questions.
No, we do need.
Oh, you need a presentation?
Yeah,
Okay,
we do
sure.
need a presentation
Okay,
and
can
to
you
make
give
decision.
Okay.
And also, I think it's respect to their work as well. Thank you.
Okay, cool. We'll get a presentation then.
Okay, this is pretty straightforward to members of the committee. I think everybody knows Susan McGee. I introduced her as she was walking down. Just a couple of, just sort of an overview of the core pieces of this report. Homer Trust Foundation is a critical partner in ending and preventing homelessness in our city. Since 2000, the City of Edmonton has provided an annual subsidy of approximately $1.2 million to support Homer Trust in its work. Notably, Homer Trust played a leadership role in and now stewards the updated Plan to End Homelessness endorsed by Council in July of 2017. Homer Trust is the primary system planner organization that coordinates housing first efforts between over 13 homeless serving organizations and distributes funds on behalf of all three orders of government. Since 2001, Homer Trust has allocated over $225 million from all three orders of government to fund over 1,800 units of affordable housing, including permanent supportive housing. Homer Trust undertakes valuable research and innovative housing interventions that have resulted in Edmonton being named a vanguard city by the Institute on Global Homelessness. Through the Housing First program, more than 13,000 homeless Edmontonians have found secure housing since 2009, including more than 2,800 people since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. One of the ways the program is measured is tracking the number of people who are experiencing homelessness and prevent homelessness for those with housing instability. The total number of persons identified on the by names list are as follows. So it was same numbers that Jackie referenced. September of this year, 2,800 people. In 2020, 1,900 people. In 2019, just over 1,500. And in 2018, 1,700. As the numbers demonstrate, Edmonton has made significant progress toward ending homelessness over the past decade. But as we've communicated, the COVID-19 pandemic increased the number of people experiencing homelessness in our city. The number of people experiencing homelessness has more than doubled since December of 2019. Homeward Trust's work in the homelessness sector is key to continuing to support the most vulnerable in our community. As a reporting mechanism in the subsidy agreement, Homeward Trust is required to submit their financials and a short annual report to the city every year as part of our subsidy agreement. Administration has received the report and financials from 2020 and find them to be in good standing. The 2021 subsidy agreement has revised the reporting component to build out a more substantial, data-driven approach to the reporting requirements. This will align with the work that Homeward Trust is undertaking and will provide an accurate picture of how these funds are being used to serve the most vulnerable in our city. This includes, but not limited to, the number of housing referrals made each year, the number of outreach activities for those in encampments, tracking metrics on the coordination of sector emergency response table, and research activities. Administration recommends renewal of the agreement to be funded from the approved 2021 operating budget. Thank you, and we can go right to questions.
Great, thank you for that. We'll go first to Councillor Rutherford.
So I just want to first start by saying I support this recommendation. My question is, because we have Homeward Trust in front of us right now, one of the things that I did mention previously was my concern about the lack of working regionally on addressing this issue. So I'd like you to, if you could speak to a little bit to, you do have the by names list, so you would have a good sense of regionally what kind of weight we're bearing right now in Edmonton. And I'm going to say regional, just the capital region. I know there's also a discussion about how much we support, northern communities as well. But I do think like Leduc, Wetaskiwin, Spruce Grove, Sherwood Park, for example, and St. Albert don't have a lot of infrastructure for housing first. And so I'm imagining there's a lot of pressure right now on Homeward Trust, and I don't see a lot of regional work happening.
I can answer that question, I guess, about three ways, really, in that what do we know about the community in terms of the burden on Edmonton? And it is very challenging in that within our intake, we really focus on connecting people to the appropriate supports, less so where they're from, although from our work in Indigenous and with Indigenous communities and nations, we do really try to connect folks to their communities. There's a special initiative around that. When it comes to the available resources, we're kind of an aggregator of those public dollars, and federally and provincially where they're delegated is to the City of Edmonton proper, although we do partner and we have funded actually some of our regional kind of bedroom communities around building their capacity, and one of those initiatives was to support the rollout of a ETO, which is our case management tool. We've also supported applications of other communities in the area on their own applications and developing a program, so really more in a consulting way as well as making our training available to those communities. So that's a capacity response. So really there's a few areas in terms of really nailing down what particular burdens Edmonton has. I think when we look at the rest of our communities in Alberta, Edmonton is unique in that we do have a lot of folks coming to our community for services from the north, as well as some of the institutions in our surrounding community also bring in additional demands and needs. So we do work on assessing. I don't have a number on that, but I think that it's part of connecting with those communities is to build our response.
Yeah, and I would say I get when they're here, they're Edmontonian, whether they've been here a day or they've been here 20 days. I get that, but I do think that we have a flow, and we do have pressures where I don't see that regional work happening, and I think even accessing further funding would be greater if we were working more regionally. So I would just like to put that out as feedback and happy to discuss further with you about that. But as somebody that, if you don't know my background, I actually was a social manager for Spruce Grove. And quite frankly, it was hard to get regional collaboration. So I can speak to you directly about some of those things because I do think we're missing opportunities to actually get greater funding regionally and looking at the system beyond just the boundaries of Edmonton.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Rice?
Yes. I just have the question. I want to say thank you very much, and then for Homework Trust work, and I do know how much work they did and in the past years, and then from like the different government level. So I appreciate that work and to support the people actually need that services. So my question is about the funding piece, and specifically I look at the financial statements and from a historical perspective, and then so your organization received the funding from 3 level government, and in 2000, specifically by end of March 31st, 2020, and so you received in total funding from provincial and federal government is about $46 million. I just wondering, and for this $1.6 million, what the difference could make, and compared to that huge money?
That's an excellent question. Each of our funding agreements with the other orders of government have specifics around what we can use their money for that are rather tight, and particularly around administration, with ceilings in terms of how much we can use funding for administration for Homework Trust, but also the qualified expenses that are priorities of those orders of government. And the city funding is our most flexible and allows us, when we are working throughout the year and throughout, we produce annual plans to those orders of government as well. And the city funding does create an area of flexibility for us when we're looking at complementing other work in our community that is constantly emerging, and the kind of things that we have difficulty planning, 2 years in advance for.
So I understand that the effort we put there, and then specific for this subsidy and funding, and is already last 20 years. And so my question is, if, and then from most Edmontonians' perspective, they didn't see the results they expected, and then what our funding, we keep doing the same thing, or we need, it's worth our time to make some change for that. And then, so I just, you don't need the answer to me right away, but I just want put that question there because I believe that is a question and most Edmontonians want to ask. And then right now, and I voice that question out. And so I do have another question. Specifically regarding the financial statement here. I noticed last year and city, based on your financial statements, city actually the contribution is $2.002 million is not the agreement here and says on 1.2 point. So that is like 800,000 difference. I would like to ask administration side, can anybody explain why it's difference? And from this financial statement is already audited, and then it's $2 million, is not $1.2 million.
Yes, there's a pretty simple answer for that. We were retained and engaged with the City of Edmonton to decant Dwayne's Home and relocate individuals from Dwayne's Home, which was a project that was operated without license and without adequate supports with very vulnerable individuals. And we did that over the course of 2 fiscal years, so it's represented in the prior year as well, the prior year.
Okay.
And so that was a special project that we received dedicated funding for in order to decant that building and rehouse all of those individuals.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. And also for the expenditures here. So I noticed for the staffing cost is like $3.8 million. So can you speak a little bit more about that?
Certainly, I'm not quite sure what the answer would be, like just in terms of the org chart and the size of the organization and all of the roles within it.
Yes, so this number is $3.8 million, and I assume is annual cost for our staffing, right?
So the administration of that 46 million and during COVID more funding that was flowed through from the federal government and provincial government is a substantial number of contracts. There's 13 Housing First agencies, but we actually have relationships and contracts with over 50 organizations, including supportive referrals. Yep. So the administration of all of that work, as well as the performance dimension to all of that. We don't just contract, we actually even really often don't refer to ourselves as a funder so much as a general contractor. So the funding that we receive and then the subcontracting work we do with agencies is really tied to very tight monitoring and expectations with those orders of government in order to report on a monthly basis on those funds. So it is fairly administratively heavy.
Yes, and for me, why I ask this question, and because if we compare the staffing cost and from city size employee number, and then compared to the organization and in this industry, and then I do believe that's most concern and from public perspective. And then I think for me to ask that question to reflect their concerns, and also, and then I would like to bring this for the further discussion. But thank you for your answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you so much, and thanks for the report. I know we're short on time, but just had a quick question. I know earlier in the week we had a report from Poverty Edmonton where they'd sort of done a comprehensive program review at their 5-year mark. I know that Homer Trust you have your annual reports. Just wondering if there's been sort of that program evaluation assessment done.
Absolutely. I think there's two levels of that. We've been working very, very closely with the City of Edmonton throughout the pandemic, but certainly in the last several months, acknowledging that there's been an opportunity to learn a lot, and also that the report that was referenced, the plan that was referenced and approved in 2017 is really stale dated. And it's stale dated not just in terms of numbers and informing information, but how we work as a community in terms of the speed at which we're doing a lot of the scenario and problem solving that we do now. So updating that plan is a priority. We are working and we meet regularly with the city administration around kind of immediate needs, but also how do we do that? One of the other things is that during the pandemic, it's been not just, and it hasn't just impacted need in our community, it's disrupted the sector in many ways, and just as well our engagement platforms. I mean, we have committees that review and participate in a whole bunch of our approval decisions, and it's been very difficult to maintain that through the pandemic, and we're really doing a 2.0 on that to make sure that it keeps up with the level of engagement that the sector has had throughout these last 18 months, 20 months. So that's one area. And then from a program review perspective, the performance and the kind of moving of money towards different populations is something that we do in our annual review and procurement process. Most of our contracts are ongoing, but we do take an opportunity, as we are this year, to move money to more intensive supports, because that's the community, those are the community members that are really, we're really struggling to maintain housing for. And that will mean moving money from the larger investment in Housing First teams as they stand, but also trying to find ways to leverage some of the mental health and addictions dollars that are hopefully becoming available. So we do shift on a program level, but from a planning perspective, we will be looking at that in the next several months.
Great, and that will sort of, take stock of existing programs and maybe looking at different approaches moving forward?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford?
I just have a question to maybe help with Councillor Rice's questions, and so I want to validate my own assumption here. This 1.2 million is essentially still in the cash flow. Is that part of this money that comes to Edmonton through this funding from the province as one of the 7 cities?
This is the tax levy money, municipal money.
Okay, so what is that current, the money that we receive provincially, and maybe it's somewhere else, and maybe it's an inquiry that I put in for further, where is that money being used right now?
I'm just trying to get some clarity on which money come from the province.
Yeah, there's provincial funding for all municipalities, and I think maybe it already goes straight to Homer Trust. Maybe that's and so the subsidy, but isn't there money that goes to every 7 cities? So there's Lloyd, not Lloyd, Grand Prairie, Fort McMurray, Edmonton, Calgary, Red Deer, et cetera, that receive provincial funding specifically around housing.
So a little context just for Mayor and the rest of council. 7 cities, and we've been meeting regularly for 20 years. Those communities, about 4 of them are municipalities. The others are nonprofits like Homer Trust. And we receive our funding directly from the province, and it's called an OSSI grant, and it's referenced in the report that's in front of you.
Yeah, okay, perfect. But I just wanted to clarify that. So then the 1.2 is standard operating. We have it in our budget, the levy. We've been doing it for how long?
I think it's since 2001 or 2001.
Okay.
Yeah,
20 years.
around there. So it's, yes, it's been that relationship.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for questions. I can happily move the recommendation if everyone is okay with it. Cool. So please vote.
No, I still have one more question.
I'm sorry, Councillor Rice, I did not, okay, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Rice.
I do have one more question, and it's related to the question earlier I asked. And because this $1.2 million is already the last 20 years already, I look at your annual report. I didn't see the breakdown and specifically reflect what is $1.2 million make the difference. So I'm looking forward for the next year's annual reports or your report. I look forward to see how this $1.2 million to make difference and for our area and for our specifically supported homeless area. And then from that perspective, and then I think because council do need to take the time to look at is this really make difference, and is this really achieve the outcome we are going to achieve. So that is my expectation, and I would like our council to keep this in mind, and also administration keep this in mind as well. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. Certainly, when Homer Trust submits their reporting and their financials to us, we've had discussions with Homer Trust about the kind of reporting that they do, and we can certainly share that as we get that information.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for your good work. It's been challenging over the last few years, but the strides that Homer Trust and partners have made housing people over the last decade or so, right, has been very impressive despite the 2 years of challenges. Hopefully once we are through this pandemic, we'll be back on track to housing people in a permanent basis. So thank you for all the good work, Susan, and please convey our appreciation to your team as well. Yeah, good. So we have a motion on the floor. Please vote on the motion. Let's go.
We have the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Thank you. So we're done with this. 9, 10. No responses to councilors' inquiries. No motions pending. No private reports, what we dealt with already. Notice of motions or motions without customary notice. Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for your support.